They want you first.
We have an interpreter on the record today. Please raise your right hands. You solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that you will faithfully discharge according to law your duties as an interpreter to the best of your ability, so help you God, or upon the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, July 13th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Nancy Turner.
Robert Sazowskis.
Buenos días, soy la oficial de libertad condicional, Dunkley. Hoy es lunes 13 de julio 2026 y esta es una audiencia de la Junta de Indultos y Libertad Condicional del Estado de Connecticut. Los siguientes miembros de la Junta están presentes esta mañana y al decir sus nombres en el registro certifican que han revisado todos los documentos exigidos por la ley y la información pertinente disponible para la preparación de esta audiencia. El presidente del día de hoy, el señor Mike Pohl, y los miembros de la Junta, la señora Nancy Turner y el señor Robert Sazowskis.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Favor de decir su nombre y número de confinado para el registro.
Muchas gracias. Ricardo López, 368307.
Thank you very much. Ricardo Lopez, 368307.
This is a rehearing being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Ricardo Lopez, inmate number 368307. He is serving a total effective sentence of 4 years flat for a violation of protective order. As of today, record reflects parole eligibility date of October 20, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender, has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the Tier 4 Domestic Violence, New Thoughts, and Voices program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Lopez, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole.
Muy bien, entonces esta es una nueva audiencia que se está llevando a cabo en consideración a la solicitud de libertad condicional de Ricardo López, número de confinado 368307. Él está cumpliendo una condena efectiva total de 4 años de prisión por incumplimiento a una orden de protección. Hasta el día de hoy, los expedientes reflejan una fecha de elegibilidad para libertad condicional del 20 de octubre de 2025. El día de hoy no hay testimonio de víctima en este caso. Sí hay un plan de responsabilidad para el ofensor, el cual se ha revisado y muestra que el ofensor ha completado los programas de nombre a nivel 4, que es Tier 4, New Thoughts, Voices y el programa de violencia doméstica. Utilizando el sistema colaborativo estatal de evaluación de riesgo del ofensor, el puntaje general del ofensor se encuentra dentro del rango moderado de riesgo de reincidencia. Señor López, esta es su oportunidad para expresarle a la Junta por qué cree usted que se le debe conceder la libertad condicional. Puede usted comenzar.
Excuse me, Mr. Lopez, just one quick thing, I'd like to make a correction for the programs completed. I've stated tier 4, but it's actually tier 2 that he's completed.
Okay, thank you.
Señor López, quiero hacer una corrección acerca de los programas que ha completado usted. Indiqué que había sido nivel 4, conocido como tier 4, pero en realidad fue tier 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Primero que nada, buenos días. Agradeciendo al panel que me dieron una segunda oportunidad de poder verlos otra vez y de poder seguir trabajando en mí, seguir trabajando en aprendiendo más cosas y poder entender dónde estoy fallando.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank the panel for giving me a second chance to be here again and to continue working on myself and continue to learn and try and understand where I'm at.
So, esto ha sido un trabajo fuerte, el cual he podido encontrar los fallos gracias a los programas, gracias a las ayudas que he conseguido sobre el departamento de corrección. Puedo ver mi fallo, podía ver dónde estaba fallando. Ellos me ayudaron para lograr lo sucesivo sobre los programas y aprender de lo que yo estaba fallando. Los programas me hicieron ver la realidad de las cosas y de no negar nada y confrontar los errores que estaba cometiendo sobre mis acciones. Sé que he destruido otras vidas o otras personas y la misma mía, incluso la de mis hijos. Pero esta experiencia...
Mr. Lopez, can you hold on 1 second, please?
Yes.
This has been hard work, and I've been able to find what my shortcomings are through these programs. So I want to, thank these programs and all the aid that the DOC department has provided me with. That this has helped me achieve to learn through these programs where my shortcomings are. So in these programs, I've been able to learn how to make front to the mistakes that I've made. I know that I have destroyed many lives, including the lives of other people, the lives of my children, and even my own life.
La experiencia que he vivido esta vez, encarcelado me ha ayudado mucho porque he podido poner la atención, y encontrar los fundamentos de poder ser mejor persona. La oportunidad que puedo tener es la cual puedo seguir hacia adelante, continuando con más programas, no solo porque estoy aquí encarcelado, sino porque puedo ir afuera y seguir los programas porque quiero el bien para mí. Eso va a ser algo que siempre voy a tener en mente y quiero seguir hacia adelante y que no estar encarcelado más nada ni enfrente de un bol otra vez.
So what I've experienced this time while I've been incarcerated has helped me a lot. I've been able to pay attention and find a foundation to be a better person and to have the opportunity to move forward and continue with my life, not just here, but using other programs once I am released. I have this in mind, and with this in mind, I would like to move forward and not be able to be incarcerated again or have to come before a board.
Soy una persona muy trabajadora, siempre he tenido trabajo, no tengo otros problemas de ningún vicio, no uso ningún tipo de droga, no bebo. El único problema que de verdad he tenido es que estuve buscando a la misma persona, tratando de tener algo que en verdad no había, y ahí fue donde yo fallé. He podido entender que ahí estaba mi fallo y los programas que he cogido fueron el success de todo.
So I'm a really hardworking person. I've always had employment and I really have had no other problems. I don't have any other vices or addictions. I don't do drugs. I don't do alcohol. The only problem that I've had is that I continuously looked for someone thinking that there was something that really wasn't there. So now through the programs, I've been able to recognize that and then see that.
So, estoy muy motivado y mirando más hacia el frente de estar en la comunidad, compartir con mi familia, compartir con mis hijos, ser mejor persona, ser mejor padre. Y la persona que en el papel ha estado en mi pasado no es la misma persona que hoy estoy aquí. Y me gustaría que me pudieran dar una segunda oportunidad para poder aprobar a muchas personas, incluso a mí, que yo puedo seguir hacia adelante y que aprendí de mis errores. Moviéndome hacia adelante, aprendí y quiero ser una persona productiva en la comunidad. Por eso doy gracias por la segunda oportunidad que me dieron para ver el Parole y eso es todo lo que tengo. Muchas gracias por la oportunidad.
The person that I was in the past, that's not the person that I am anymore. So I do want to be a better person. I look forward to moving forward. I want to be able to be in the community and share things with my family, with my children. I do want to be a better person, a better father. Again, the person that I was in the past is not the same person that is here in front of you. I am thankful for the second chance. I want a second chance to be able to prove to many people that I am able to move forward and that I have learned from my mistakes. I want to be a productive person in the community. Again, I am thankful for the second chance that they give me to be able to apply for parole. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. You know what we did the last time. We're going to do the same thing again. Take turns asking questions. Then we're going to talk about your case and we're going to give you a decision. Okay?
Muchas gracias, señor López. Si usted recuerda lo que hicimos la última vez, vamos a hacer lo mismo esta vez, a donde vamos a tomarnos turnos haciéndole preguntas. Después nosotros vamos a hablar acerca del caso y después de eso vamos a tomar una decisión. ¿Está bien?
Okay.
Okay.
And we're going to start questions this morning with Board Member Turner.
El día de hoy nosotros vamos a comenzar las preguntas con la miembro de la Junta, la señora Turner.
Good morning, Mr. Lopez.
Buenos días, señor López.
You've done very well with this past year that the board made recommendations to you of things to focus on. You've completed additional programs, not gotten any more DRs. Are you still working in the commissary?
Muy bien, señor López. Este año en realidad usted ha hecho muy bien. Se ha enfocado en mejorarse, ha completado programas adicionales, al igual que también no ha obtenido ningún reporte disciplinario. ¿Usted todavía sigue trabajando en la tienda de la correccional?
Sí, todavía sigo trabajando. Eso ha sido una motivación para mí porque pues, la verdad, aunque uno esté encarcelado, es un privilegio tener ese trabajo y trabajar sobre tener la confianza con mis supervisores de poder trabajar ahí. Algo muy funny que ellos me dijeron.
Please pause.
Por favor, recuerde de pausar. Yes, I do still work there. That has actually been a motivation for me. It truly has, because even though you're incarcerated, it's really a privilege to be able to have that job. So I am very thankful for the trust that my supervisors have in letting me work there.
And I understand that, and that's great. So you are back on a criminal violation of protective order. And when you do go out back to the community, that protective order is still in place. So tell me what you understand the order means, because you were unwilling to abide by it.
Muy bien, yo entiendo todo eso. Entonces, usted ha regresado de regreso, se puede decir, a Australia porque usted tuvo una infracción de una orden de protección. Entonces, una vez que usted regrese a la comunidad, quiero que usted sepa que esa orden de protección todavía sigue vigente. Yo quiero saber qué es lo que usted entiende que esta orden de protección significa, ya que usted no pudo cumplir con los reglamentos de esa orden en el pasado.
Entiendo muy bien. Una de las cosas es, pues, ignorantemente tratando de seguir buscando algo que en verdad no había nada. Fue ahí donde fallé, pero entiendo perfectamente que tengo, creo que son hasta el 40 años o hasta el 2088 de una orden de restricción. Yo no puedo perder mi tiempo más nada buscando eso cuando tengo mi familia, cuando tengo mis hijos, los cuales tengo que criar, el comportamiento de mi niño, el cual tengo la custodia completa. Su comportamiento no está siendo muy bueno, él me necesita, yo lo necesito a él, mi familia me necesita.
Hold on one second, Mr. Lopez.
I understand that very well. So the thing that I felt like was my mistake is that I continued to look for something that really wasn't there. And that was my shortcoming. That was my mistake. I believe that I still have 40 years, or I think this is going to be active until like 2088, this protection order. I understand that, and I no longer want to lose my time looking for something that's not there. I do have a child that I need to raise. The behavior of my child, for which now I have complete custody or full custody of, his behavior hasn't been very well, and I feel like that's something I need to work on.
Okay, so Mr. Lopez, you did not answer my question. And I'm going to ask you to keep your answer focused and short. What do you understand the protective order means?
Señor López, usted no respondió a mi pregunta. Necesito que de ahora en adelante se enfoque en lo que le estoy preguntando, me conteste lo que le estoy preguntando y que sea breve su respuesta. Lo que yo le pregunté es, ¿qué piensa usted que significa la orden de protección?
La orden de protección significa una orden que el juez me puso de no contactar a la víctima, de no buscar a la víctima, de no tener ningún tipo de contacto en ninguna redes sociales y no buscarla, no llamarla, no acercarme más nada a ella.
The protection order is something that the judge put in place where I'm not able to contact the victim. I cannot look for the victim. I cannot contact her on any social media. I cannot call her. I cannot look for her.
That is correct.
Correcto.
So this is your second time back in on a protective order violation and domestic violence. You've completed the program twice. How do you feel it has benefited you this time?
Muy bien, entonces esta es su segunda vez que usted ha regresado por tener infracción a las condiciones de esta orden de protección, al igual que también por violencia doméstica. Ya usted ha completado el programa 2 veces. Yo quiero saber cómo es que usted ahora se ha beneficiado del programa.
Poniendo atención y saber los riesgos que hay sobre los casos de violencia doméstica. He aprendido el cual violencia doméstica no se trata solamente de uno pegarle a una persona, sino verbalmente, emocionalmente y sucesivamente así. He tenido el enfoque de poder completar el programa. Incluso me gustaría cuando salga afuera completar un programa a través de doméstica violencia.
Well, by paying attention, knowing the risks of these domestic violence cases, I've learned that domestic violence is not just striking or hitting someone, but it also has to do with verbal abuse, emotional abuse, and so forth. I've stayed focused and I've completed the program. I would even like to complete the program, the domestic violence program again once I am released.
We will make sure that you have domestic violence in the community to address your behavior and your thinking. You say you do not have any problem with drugs or alcohol. Tell me about your attendance at NA and how that is helpful to you.
Entonces nosotros nos aseguraremos de que usted pueda tener un programa de violencia doméstica una vez ya en la comunidad para que puedan atender o tratar su comportamiento al igual que su forma de pensar. Usted dice que no tiene ningún problema con el alcohol o drogas. Me gustaría saber cómo es que le ha ayudado su asistencia en el programa de Narcóticos Anónimos.
Me ha ayudado de la manera en cual muchos diferentes personajes que han estado encarcelados han tenido la oportunidad de poder ir afuera y volver a virar atrás y dar su testimonio de las cosas buenas que han hecho. Y vuelvo y repito, no tengo ningún tipo no tengo ningún tipo.
If you go like that, the lights will go back on. There you go.
No tengo ningún tipo no uso ningún tipo de droga, pero escuchar a otras personas, su testamento, me han ayudado a mí su testamento me han ayudado a mí a poder ver las cosas de la manera correcta, ver las cosas que aunque fallen en algo, pueden hacer las cosas bien.
Well, it has helped me in seeing different people that have been incarcerated and have had the opportunity to go out into the community, come back and testify on what good things they've now accomplished or that they've done. I want to mention again that I don't really use any type of drug, but it does help me to listen to others' testimonies of how this has helped them. And it has helped me to see things in a good light.
You said twice now that you have been looking for something in someone that wasn't there. What is it that you're talking about looking for?
Muy bien, usted ya dijo mencionó dos veces que estaba buscando algo con alguien que no estaba ahí. ¿A qué se refiere usted? ¿Qué quiere decir con que estaba buscando algo que no estaba ahí?
En primer lugar, que me refiero a las víctimas en el caso y le pido disculpas. Lo que no estaba ahí era una familia para mí, no estaba una familia, una madre para mi hijo, algo que yo quería volver a empezar con ella, algo que al principio estaba trabajando, pero desde que tuve la custodia de mi nene, todo se fue. Y tengo que ser padre primero antes de cualquier otra cosa. No tengo nada en mente en ningún tipo de relación.
Well, what I mean about that is I'm referring to the victim in this case, for which I want to extend my apologies to. But what I was looking for was a family for me, a mother for my son. That's something that I wanted to start with, that's something I wanted to start with her. But I was not able to. At the beginning, it was something that it was working. But once I got custody of my child, then it all fell apart. And now I've realized I need to be a father first. I'm not thinking about a relationship.
So you have 10 years of special parole that's running through April of 2029. You violated special parole just 3 months after you began it back in 2023.
Muy bien, entonces usted tiene 10 años de libertad condicional especial que va a estar vigente hasta abril 2029. usted ya incumplió con las reglas de su libertad condicional especial. Solamente había estado bajo supervisión de libertad especial 3 meses cuando lo comenzó en el 2023 y 3 meses cuando lo empezó, lo incumplió.
Sí, fallé en eso.
No question, no question.
No era una pregunta.
So you need to understand that it is an option of the board in cases like yours to keep you to the end of special parole, beyond the end of sentence for this offense. So you really do need to take special parole seriously, because you could be brought back another violation and made to serve the rest of the time there in the prison.
Entonces, lo que yo quiero es que usted entienda que la Junta tiene el poder, se puede decir, de mantenerlo hasta que termine su sentencia. Eso quiere decir después de que termine su condición, su libertad especial. Entonces, lo que yo quiero es que usted tome su libertad condicional especial seriamente, con seriedad, porque usted necesita entender que si usted comete una infracción, usted puede ser devuelto y se puede mantener encarcelado hasta que se termine su sentencia.
I have no more questions.
Ya no tengo más preguntas.
Thank you, Board Member Turner. Any questions, Board Member?
I have no questions. Thank you.
I have none either. So I think I know where we are. I do have a question. The voted parole date, because special parole is running currently, we would offset the voted parole date by like 10 days or something like that, because the date is today. Right, because should be a special parole involved with this too, right?
Yeah, I'm actually working on it.
So a date that we would look at would be 10 days out or so?
Because if we put today's date, we would have to release it today. And I don't know if that's possible.
So if we could just get clarification on that, we're just gonna, Board Member Turner.
So this is a rehear for Mr. Lopez. He has been fully compliant with the recommendations of the prior panel and appears to have benefited from the programs he's completed. It's especially concerning that he committed this new offense while on special parole with making the decision to violate the protective order for which he was in part serving special parole for on his prior sentence. So he is not end of sentence for another 13 months, 14 months. So I would be willing to grant discretionary parole. Well, he was running special parole.
I agree. I have nothing further to add.
So do we put it out to like 7/22? Give yes 10 days to arrange things.
Okay.
I had halfway house, no operation, motor vehicle without parole officer's permission, behavior management for domestic violence, no contact with AA or SA.
Sorry, what was the first one you said?
Halfway house placement.
Okay. He does have a sponsor and it was approved.
Yeah.
I had no driving.
Okay.
Can we make it 8 or 7/23?
Sure. And then that's it, right? We're good? So regarding Ricardo, do you need time for any of that? You're good? Regarding Ricardo Lopez, 368307, I move to grant discretionary parole and reinstate, grant discretionary parole and reinstate special parole on July 23rd, 2026, with the following conditions that will apply to both discretionary and special parole. No operation of a motor vehicle without parole officer's permission, behavior management for domestic violence, no contact with victims AA or SA. Anything else? Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Lopez has been voted for parole, and his special parole is reinstated as of July 23rd, 2026.
Muy bien, entonces ya no hubo ninguna preguntas de ningún miembro de la panel. Se habló acerca del caso donde se indicó que esta era una nueva audiencia para la solicitud de libertad condicional del señor López. El señor López ha estado cumpliendo con todo lo que se le recomendó del panel anterior, ha completado los programas exitosamente. Sí es un poco preocupante de que él cometió esta nueva infracción bajo supervisión de libertad condicional especial. Esta orden de protección venía de otra pena, otra condena que le habían dado por este mismo tipo de infracción. Entonces, eso ya es un poco preocupante. En realidad, él no está para terminar su sentencia completa hasta 13, 14 meses de ahora. Yo estoy dispuesta a otorgarle la libertad condicional. Entonces, todos estuvieron de acuerdo y quieren decirle lo siguiente. En el caso de el señor Ricardo López, número de confinado 368-307, se hace una moción para concederle la libertad condicional con las siguientes condiciones. Se le va a poner la condición de que no puede conducir un vehículo motorizado, no puede tener contacto con las víctimas, las cuales las iniciales son AA y SA. Al igual que también necesita completar el programa de manejo de comportamiento para la violencia doméstica. Entonces, todos los que están de acuerdo dijeron sí, todos estamos de acuerdo, se le da un voto para que se le conceda la libertad condicional. Las condiciones que se le mencionaron va a ser para las dos cosas, su libertad condicional y también para cuando esté bajo supervisión de libertad condicional especial. Entonces, se le ha otorgado su libertad condicional por voto de mayoreo.
Tengo una pregunta.
I have a question. Está bien.
¿Qué va a pasar? ¿Voy a ir a una halfway house o voy a ir para la dirección que ya está aprobada?
What's going to happen? Am I going to go to a halfway house or can I go to the address that's already been approved?
No, he has a sponsor. The reason why the halfway house came over was because it was on the special parole and it was my mistake.
Entonces, usted ya tiene un patrocinador o una patrocinadora. Entonces, esto es lo que va a suceder. La razón por la que se mencionó lo de la casa de transición fue un error mío porque se había mencionado, pero usted irá con su patrocinador o patrocinadora.
Mr. Lopez, that address has not been approved. Your sponsor has been confirmed that they're willing to take you, and now parole has to approve the residence.
Y señor López, en realidad no se le ha aprobado esta dirección. Lo que se confirmó es que el patrocinador o patrocinadora que usted mencionó está dispuesto a ser su patrocinador. Pero una vez que ya se le haya otorgado la libertad condicional, será el Departamento de Libertad Condicional quien apruebe.
Ok, muchas gracias. Entendido.
Thank you very much. I understand.
This concludes the hearing for Ricardo Lopez, inmate number 368307.
Esto concluye la audiencia de Ricardo López, número de confinado 368-307. Hemos terminado.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Can I have your name, please?
Michael Montanari.
And Mr. Montanari, I'm actually gonna ask you to step out and ask the officer to come in real quick, please.
Okay. No.
Which one did you say was it?
Hi.
Hi, can we actually have Mr. Mayor come next, please?
Mayor. Okay. All right, I'll send them in.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else after him?
No, we can continue in any order after that.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, this happens, yeah. When he. Mayor. They want you. Yeah, I got you. When he keep in there. When you done,
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, July 13th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Morning, Mike Paul.
Nancy Turner.
Robert Sazowskis.
Also present this morning is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is James P. Moore Jr. My number is 434-026.
Also present this morning, is the Office of Victim Services. This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for James Mayer, inmate number 434-026. He is serving a total effective sentence of 15 years to serve, followed by 10 years special parole for sex assault 1 and illegal sexual contact. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of November 27, 2026. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Problem Sexual Behavior Track 1. He is currently participating in Voices with an anticipated completion date of July 9, 2026. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the low range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for the sexual offense recidivism falls within the low range. Mr. Mayor, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good morning. I just want to make a clarification. I think she noted the Voices to be completed this year, but I completed Voices about 3 years ago. I also did the alternative violence program where I was a facilitator in that program. I was doing the PEP program, people empowering people, until I was transferred. I'm currently attending and have been attending the Pell program, college program, for about 2.5 years now. And I worked in the garden. I've done other various things, carpentry program in Cheshire, just to keep myself busy and to, learn new skills. I will say, once I came into prison after I get over to self-pity, my primary thing was to figure out, why did I do what I did? Why did I go from being a good father, family member, running my own business, to doing something that was very terrible? I really did a deep dive into that. There are programs in DOC, but I wasn't really getting everything I wanted out of it. And I did a lot of from the outside, I was receiving literature and books and help on emotional intelligence to figure out what truly happened in my thinking at that point in my life. I had come to kind of the determination that I had a lot of stress going on. I was about to have my fourth child in the house. We were foster parents. I was running a business, and I just completed a large project where we were owed about $190,000, where the contractor blatantly said, "We're just not paying you." So all these things, like world seemed like was crashing down. I was very depressed, and I feel that if I could just keep myself in check with my stress level, first off, I would never do that again. It was a temporary thing. Happened no longer than a month, and then I'm the one who looked at myself and said, "What the hell am I doing? This is crazy." And ever since then, I've really been making sure my emotions were in check. And when I get out, I plan on just going back into, probably working for somebody for a little while until I have enough funds to start my own business again, which is sandblasting and restoration work, primarily a government contractor. Hopefully get in touch with my family, my adult, they're in their teens now, it's my children, and being an active part of their lives again, and basically pursuing some of my dreams I still have. And that's pretty much it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mauer. So what we're going to do is we've read about your case, all of the related documents. We've read about what you've accomplished since you've been inside your interview with the parole officer, your evaluation with the program and other evaluations that have been accomplished.
Here, so just for clarifications, regarding the programs completed, as Mr. Mayor mentioned, he did complete the Voices, the Pell program, the Alternative Surveillance program, the People Empowering People. He also did not complete the track 1, it was the short track PSP program.
You short track.
Yes.
And then, so then what we're going to do is take turns asking questions to bring clarity to your suitability for parole.
Okay.
Then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. And in between those two things, we're going to hear from the Office of Victim Services.
Okay. Yep.
All right. So certainly the offense here was very serious. I appreciate you reaching out and doing additional things on emotional intelligence. What I wanted to get more at is why did you specifically? I know you talked about stress, but why?
I think my life, I felt out of control. Like I was like, it seemed like everything was against me. And even though the offense happened with somebody that I believe there was no issue with to control, it's like we were having a very good life. I don't know, I think maybe I needed some attention or excitement in my life. I know it's not the right thing, but that's pretty much, I think, at that point in my life, I have a lot of pressure on myself, and I think just things became kind of a doldrum on something outside of the problems, and everything ended up being just an easy target, unfortunately, which I will say has brought me, I have deep sadness about this whole situation, very deep, not just because of what happened to me, but because of what happened to my entire family blew up. Everything I loved and cared for. And I just feel that that's why things happened a couple of times, and then I'm like, this what am I doing? That's why I put myself in check, and like, this is, and then I was trying to do, like, how do I fix what I did, and sometimes things aren't just fixable.
That's really true. Sometimes things aren't fixable, you know, because the victim here was what, from 8 to 10 years old when this happened.
Yeah. Mhm. Yes, correct.
So what, you took voices. What do you think happened to her?
Well, when I think back to that situation, I can remember when her whole demeanor changed from being happy-go-lucky, great, good grades in school, and to having more outbursts and issues in school and more withdrawn. Wasn't talking as much. And then just more secluded in her bedroom a lot. So I know that the damage that I did was, that was permanent and will last. She'll always have some type of. They'll always be there for the rest of her life on some level. And I'm sure she was very scared. I never really thought of it at that point during the time because I was so caught up in everything else I was trying to do besides that. And also having other kids in the house, we're trying now we're still trying to raise the kids, but now I'm dealing with that on top of it. And then her mom didn't know, why was she thinking this way and everything else. And of course, at that point, I wasn't talking about it publicly, within the family anyway. It wasn't until later on where it came out and we were talking about it. But it's just, it's from, I know as her being a victim, it's very difficult, extremely difficult for me to even be in the house. And then we also weigh that along with all the other kids and me being the father of the other kids, a father's supposed to be doing. What do we do? Well, it was just almost an impossible situation for everybody. So I know the voices, and then from what I've learned, like I said, it's a generational impact. Not only will it impact her and all the relatives and friends on some level, it'll be a generational impact. Because even say she has children down the road, or my kids, they'll be that concerned and more anxiety over maybe meeting people. And those fears, those ongoing fears. And that's just overall sad,
Yeah. So that the stuff that you've accomplished in terms of treatment is only a bare beginning, right?
Yeah, I'm sure I'm gonna need some ongoing therapy. I know there's something I'll be required to do. It's some type of I think it's there's 2 steps. I believe that from what I've understood is 2-level thing coming up once I get out. I actually went to a couple of meetings and one-on-one counseling before I even came in while I was still on bond. Before coming to prison. And just get a taste of what's involved.
How long were you out on bond?
Approximately 4 years.
And you didn't have any other incidents during that time?
No. As a matter of fact, after the initial contact and issue, I think it lasted about a month. Everything just stopped. Once that stopped, that was it. Because I knew that. It's just my reality was what am I doing? So I'm saying I don't have those tendencies of doing that stuff. It was just at that point I was out of control. But then it's that's ridiculous. So I'm even thinking that way.
And whether it's on parole or whether it's on the 15 years of probation that you have, that you're going to have to engage in treatment for problem sexual behavior in the community, right?
Yes.
And You know that either on parole or probation, there's going to be a stipulation about contact with any minors, right?
That I didn't know about. You
Yeah.
used before me.
I mean, that's the thing. It's, when something like this happens, it's like you go out and the only way that you can really have contact with minors is with a parole officer or probation officer's permission.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, whatever the rules are, you know.
And that's an important thing to understand. And you didn't have any real DRs while you were inside, outside of some screws in your pocket, which.
Yeah, I was more being naive, yeah.
I get it. I get it. You shouldn't have had them, but I get it. So that abiding by those rules are really important things to do, So halfway house, you're looking for either way, parole or probation. And, you said that you do have connections to the community and you have a skill so that you can begin to work again and, send financial support where it needs to go and stuff like that. So I really don't have any further questions. I'm going to find out if our other board members do. Okay.
Okay.
Board member Sosowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Mauer.
Morning.
So let's talk about what happens in the future. You want to go back to work. I heard you describing the type of employment you want to be involved in. And it sounds like that there might be contractors, other people. What if something else happens where you get yourself in a financial stressful situation? That sounds like that played a role in all of this. How are you prepared to handle that now? Better.
So I've learned like there's well, in prison, because there are a lot of stressful things in here, pretty much keep to myself. I do meditation. I do artwork now, which I've never really did before. But financial things, I'm more than capable. I have a lot of different trades. And plus I have a little more control on the money, because part of it was I had on the outside, I also gambled. I had some gambling issue, which I was taking care of. Such as an addictive problem, gambling. No drugs or drinking. I don't drink alcohol or drugs or anything like that, but it was gambling was a crutch, and that also was part of the problem.
Yeah.
Because if I wasn't gambling, then I would have had the money to take care of the bills and everything else, even with the big hits I had in business. And I've been currently taking the Pell program with for small business administration. So actually, matter of fact, in my hand, I'm doing my final version of a small business plan for my class, my final tonight, which taught me to run a company more efficiently, keep more track of finances better. So that would also be a tool, basically helping me keep more stable financially.
Okay. So what are your plans for gambling when you get out? Going to the casino, using the apps and things like that?
I'm going to stay away from that stuff. I really have no interest. I haven't gambled even in prison in probably 3 years. The poker away 3 years ago, but my main thing was poker at the casino. But I'm not into sports betting and things like that. I'll completely avoid all that stuff, because I know the harm that caused. Even before the situation, what took place to put me in here, I knew I was losing time with the family because I'm always gambling. Not just the money, it's the time, I had. So I plan on avoiding all that.
Yeah, it's just another, beginning of a downfall, bad decision. You know what I mean? I wouldn't even entertain any of it,
Yeah. Right.
My colleague talked a lot about what happened with the sexual assault. We didn't really touch on this other thing. So in this attempted larceny scheme, you try to force, it sounds like your landlord, to give you money after you had a parent falling out. How do you think you could have handled that differently in that situation?
Could have hired an attorney.
Yeah.
And went that way instead. I was trying to sell it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's all right, taking things into your own hands like this, sending letters and, I mean, it's all gonna lead to bad.
Yeah.
You know, just a bad outcome, you know what I mean? You could have
Yeah.
probably resolved this. It sounds like there was some legal action maybe you could have taken to resolve that situation, you know? If you would have done it appropriately, you made it look like, you know, extortion really, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Well, at that point, so to lead up to that point, I was trying to sell my business.
Yeah.
Before I came to prison, to, you know, obviously help finance my family and stuff and myself while I was in here. And the owner of the business next door, which is the landlord, but he was also the owner, was scaring away buyers.
I read, yeah.
And yeah, so, and I could have, I could have handled it, but I was at the point, I was so desperate at that point, it was just literally within a week before I became incarcerated. Before I came in to serve my time for the assault. So it was a point of desperation, and that's what led me up to it. But once again, if I had prepared better, I wasn't gambling and wasting my time at the casino and stuff, I would have had time to do this properly and have the money for the attorney and prepare better for the transition from being outside to being incarcerated.
And you're saying that you understand that now, and you handle these things differently, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. Because I will say the big thing about being in prison is that with essentially there's no like real world responsibilities, being having a support family and running the business and everything else. You have a lot of downtime here to really reflect on your own life and what you did, what you think you did right, what you enjoyed, the pitfalls, and what you could have done differently. At least for me, that was a big part of it. Is learning from my mistakes and figuring, okay, well, what exactly happened to put me in this situation? Or why did I go thinking that direction? Or what put me down that path? And what I could have done differently.
Okay.
Use those tools, especially, you know, tools, my mental tools, to move on in life, to use those, you know, do what's right, or what's considered a common practice. You know?
All right. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have.
Thank you. Board Member Turner, questions?
Yes. So, Mr. Mauer, you know, I have real concerns about your decision. You know, to go back to this extortion, attempted larceny first, you made some real threats. You were going to disclose the client list for this company. You said you felt some of the processes posed a health risk to the general public, and you wanted them to work out a compromise with you. But you would already have one of their clients pay you a non-disclosure fee to keep them off the list if you sent the list public. I mean, there was a lot going on here that was really manipulative and actively extorting. So you claim this was stress. You claim the sexual victimization of a child over a 2-year period is also stress. You said that the crime against this child was in part that you needed attention and excitement. How are you going to experience attention and excitement going forward that doesn't bring you back to prison?
Well, I know that was just a combination of things going wrong in my life at that point. You know, if you're talking about the extortion part, we'll tell you that part first, is that company had hidden cameras on my side of the building. They had copies of my business stuff too. So it's just a one-way street on that. That was a back and forth battle with them. And once again, I could say that I could have handled it better. but they're a multi-million-dollar company with, 25 plus employees. And they're using their employees coming over and spying on what we're doing, and they were doing just as manipulative stuff to me on that part.
Do you use that thinking to justify the choice that you made to attempt to extort money from this company? To keep, like, if you were actually concerned about the serious health risk to the general public, it really did turn out to be about you lining your pockets.
Well, I
Can we move on to the question about attention and excitement going forward?
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah. So, yeah, let's go back to what I was doing before. I mean, I was playing a lot of tennis, and I was doing a lot of hiking and adventure, camping, boating. Re-victimizing somebody is not even on the radar. So, that's part of the gambling thing too, is that the highs and lows of gambling. So that's what I need to avoid that as well. So
it's very concerning to me to read about the threats that you made to keep this child silent. She was at such a young age that I'm sure that was pretty intimidating for her. I know you apologized at sentencing, and that as part of the agreement, you had to acknowledge what you had done. When I read the pre-sentence investigation, the thing that stood out and concerned me most was how you and your wife failed this child tremendously in order to keep the financial picture that you represented to the family. So when the victim disclosed, you left the residence, but you came back. And I mean, I can't imagine how hard that was for the child to be told that, if it's reported, then the family will lose their income and their home. And I mean, it was all this responsibility pushed off on a child who wasn't given the help, because the only way to give the child the help would be for the police and DCF to know what was happening in the house. So, the collusion on the part of you and your wife to keep this under wraps just was such a fundamental betrayal of your role as a parent, her mother's role as a mother. Just was heartbreaking. I know the mother indicated, after the fact, that not reporting sexual abuse had adversely affected the juvenile victim, which I think is a gross understatement. That was troubling to read. She was basically sacrificed. You have a standing criminal protective order against you until the year 2080. So when you sit here and you tell us that you intend to reconnect with your children, you understand there is a protective order in place.
Yeah, that I know. I mean, they're going to be. Two of my sons.
I know they're stepchildren. This victim was a stepchild.
Yeah, she was adopted originally, then reverted back to her, last name and stuff. Yeah. So. Reaching out to my children again, which will be, let's say, 20 years old, 18 years old, and I think 16. I know, Tamlin. I know that her specifically, I can't have contact. She has to be at least 18, I think. Is that how it works? I'm not really sure yet. I'm still learning this stuff. And without a supervised, has to be supervised visit or however that works. And once I learn the rules,
What do your children understand about your crime?
I don't know, to be honest with you. I haven't talked to my two younger children for several years now. My oldest son, Owen, which I think is 19 now. I spoke to a couple of times here and there. Yeah, periodically, once every couple of months. But I don't, outside of that, I really have no idea what's happening out there.
Well, your end of sentence and your 85% date, there's just a 4-month difference.
Yeah.
So, keep that in perspective. You do have 15 years of probation and lifetime on the sex offender registry. How do you think that obligation might impact you?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again? I'm sorry.
You have lifetime on the sex offender registry ahead of you. How do you think that obligation might impact you?
Well, I don't know all the rules and regulations based on that, what the requirements are on that. I imagine like your co-board member there said that there's no contact with minors. I don't. So basically, I'd say that I would have to find out. Basically, I'm sure wherever kids play or hang out, I can't go around. I really don't know. I really don't know the rules. But once I see the rules, I'll abide by them. I mean, I have to. I have no choice. I certainly don't want to come back to this place, and I wouldn't want to cause. Not that they would cause any more harm to anybody, but.
And you do understand that the protective order prohibits you from having any contact electronically as well, through social media or through a third party. Like if your children are still in touch with the victim, you can't send messages to the victim through your children.
Right, yeah, I know that from the understanding on that part, I knew basically I cannot do anything that would cause any type of basically discomfort to the victim, meaning like even her thinking that I'm talking to somebody and saying something. I understand a general understanding of how that works. Once again, I'll know more once I get the list of the rules and requirements by probation or parole, or whoever it may be, and then onto the groups I have to go to.
I have no more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Maher, what we're going to do now is we're going to hear from the Office of Victim Services, and during this time, you're just not allowed to speak or react in any way, okay? Ms. Hamlet-Williams, could you help us, please?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Sir Chair. Good morning, panel. I did hear from the victim who has elected that her aunt represent her and the family in this victim impact statement, and it reads, to the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles, I respectfully submit this statement on behalf of my niece, the victim, and our family in strong opposition to the parole of James P. Mayer. I knew Mr. Mayer personally for many years. He was my brother-in-law, my oldest sister's husband, and the father of their 3 biological children, my nephews and niece. He was welcomed into our family and included in all of our lives for nearly a decade. That welcoming trust gave him access to those he ultimately harmed. The crimes he was convicted of were not isolated acts of crimes against strangers. They occurred repeatedly over an extended period of time and involved the profound abuse of a position of trust within our family. His conduct was deliberate, sustained, and fundamentally incompatible with the responsibilities of any human, let alone a father. My family's experience also includes the circumstances surrounding his sentencing. On the day he was scheduled to be sentenced in this case, Mr. Mayer was appearing in another Connecticut courthouse to resolve separate felony charges, attempt to commit larceny first degree, to which he also pleaded guilty. The timing of those charges is deeply concerning because they occurred while he was already facing sentencing for the offenses that brought him before the court. Rather than demonstrating accountability and respect for the legal process, his actions reflected continued criminal behavior during a period when he should have been confronting the consequences of his actions. I understand that this hearing is not an opportunity to revisit his conviction or sentence. The issue before the board is whether early release is appropriate. Parole is intended for individuals who have demonstrated meaningful rehabilitation, genuine accountability, and that their release is consistent with public safety and the interests of justice. Based on my family's experience, I do not believe he has met that standard. The sentence imposed by the court was already the result of a negotiated plea agreement. He has since received earned sentence reductions that shortened his period of incarceration. Granting parole would only reduce that sentence yet again. I do not believe there is compelling basis to further shorten a sentence that already reflected significant compromise. Finally, it is important to note that a condition of his plea agreement includes special parole upon release, with extensive conditions imposed. Those conditions acknowledge the seriousness of his offense and the need for extensive supervision. They do not, however, provide a reason to release him before he has completed the sentence imposed by the court. The impact of Mr. Mayor's crimes extend well beyond the criminal conviction. My niece will forever live with the consequences of his actions, as does our entire family. His own children have suffered profound and lasting harm as a result of the choices he made. Those consequences did not end with his conviction and will not end with his release. I respectfully ask the board to deny parole and require Mr. Mayor to serve the brief remainder of the sentence imposed by the court, because it is the little justice our family has received following such horrific abuse by this inmate. Thank you for your consideration. Also, I'd like to add, I received this from the victim as she was viewing this hearing, and it quotes, "I am on the hearing call now, and I am outraged at some of the false statements he is making. He began abusing my niece in 2007. During that time, he had one child and my niece was 7 years old. He claimed it only occurred during the course of 1 month, which is false. It went on for years and was repeated and violent. He claimed it was done due to stress from work, but that is not true. He always makes excuses for his behavior and never takes accountability for his behavior. I apologize if this is inappropriate. I am just so upset at his false and selfish statements. This is so difficult. Also, he also stated when asked if he had other issues while he was on bond, and he said no. He was arrested the day before sentencing on felony charges. Thank you. And that was added from the aunt of the victim. Thank you, panel.
Thank you, Ms. Hamlet-Williams, and certainly, you know, the damage that's done here to the victims and the family and everybody that's involved will be long-lasting and lifelong. So what we're here to do today is to decide whether Mr. Maher Jr. is suitable for discretionary parole from his 85% mark, which is November 27, 26 through March 21st, 27, when he'll be released and go on to probation, which it's probation with special conditions, not special parole, as this was just stated. So my take on this is this. So Mr. Maher does not have any prior criminal history. His overall rating on instruments is low. He had one disciplinary report because he had screws in his pocket, probably at the time that he was part of the carpentry program. And he did complete the short-term sex offender program, Voices, engaged in other programming, Pell Grant, carpentry, as well as what was the other programs that were stated, and was evaluated on the static 99 for recidivism when it comes to sexual offenses, which rated out as low as well. In addition to that, he was, as stated, out on bond for 4 years. The biggest of these offenses that would be concerning, although they're all concerning, would be the any type of recidivism when it comes to sexual offenses. And he demonstrated over a period of 4 years on pretrial supervision that he did not commit additional offenses. He is only, as I stated in my questioning, he is only the bare beginning on the work that he has to do. He will be in problem sexual behavior. He will have restrictions on being around any minors. And, the really important work is that he needs to do to make sure, and appreciate the questions of fellow board members, is related to other things that are going on that will also be addressed while he's in the treatment for problem sexual behavior program, which lasts for a couple of years, if not longer. So I would be supportive of parole in this case. Board member Sosakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But first, I'd just like to recognize the victim's family for making that brave and difficult statement, and the impact of this is certainly just terrible on what's happened here. Mr. Maher, as you mentioned, is low to recidivate, and we are only talking about 4 months approximately. He's not had a disciplinary report in over 6 years, about 6 years. And it's like a minor one at that. Never, like you mentioned, does not have criminal history. He's completed a number of programs. I think this 4 months could be best used on a higher level of supervision, so he can really get a hand on what's going on when he first goes out before he transitions into probation. So I'm also in agreement with you.
Board member Turner.
I'm not going to grant Mr. Mauer early release to discretionary parole. The nature and circumstances of the offense is just so egregious and protracted and devastating. I find his explanation for the life circumstances that led him to choose to violate a child not credible. I think they're excuses. I appreciate that you cleared up that he doesn't have special parole. And there's nothing that I read or that was provided to us that indicates he got a sentence modification. Looking at the MIP from 2020 and the sentencing transcript, and it all matches up. 20 years with 8 to serve and 15 probation, lifetime on the sex offender registry. I don't feel that Mr. Mauer has deserved earned the early release to discretionary parole, and I don't find it suitable.
All right. So I have halfway house placement, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, and no contact with victim VCAT.
I have one other victim here.
Yep.
This is the person that was on the phone.
HF. Okay. And no contact with victim HS. Anything further? All right, regarding James Maher Jr., 434026, I move to grant parole on or after November 27, 2026, with the following stipulations. for his discretionary parole. Halfway house placement, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, no contact with victim initials B, K, or HS. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no.
No,
And on a vote of 2-1, Mr. Maher, you've been voted to parole and your conditions will be explained to you prior to your release. Okay?
All right. Thank you.
This concludes the hearing for James Meyer and for 434-726.
See her really.
You're all set.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. Mary, you good? Go.
Good morning, my name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, July 13, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available for information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Poole.
Nancy Turner.
Robert Sazowski.
Also present this morning is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Michael Montanari, 306828.
This is a rehear being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Michael Montanari, number 306828. He is serving a total effective sentence of 4 years flat for violation of probation or conditional discharge, illegal sexual conduct, failure to appear first, use of drug paraphernalia, and failure to appear second. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of July 26, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan, and since his last hearing, the offender has completed Voices, Tier 4, intensive aftercare, recovery coach, smart recovery, people empowering people, and deep domestic violence. He is currently participating in the QUIC program and the MAP program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Montanari, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. I just want to say first, thank you all for giving me the opportunity to come back. I spent this year just focusing on not getting out, but staying out. I worked recovery when I got out the last time and I had success. And after 6.5 years, you know, I thought, I don't have to do meetings anymore. I'm good. I'm not, and, you know, I pushed away my network. And when life got tough and my kid's mother left and took the kids during that time, I didn't have no one to go to. So I realized now, and that recovery is an everyday thing on good days and bad days. So all I did was focusing on, you know, going to meetings, sharing, working on myself, and just trying to be, you know, learn something new every day and just to be my best self. All I ever wanted to do was be a father. I changed my life to be a father. I had the opportunity to go home to my kids, and that's all I think of. I'm not ever going to leave them again. And I know that recovery, you know, going to meetings, for me, is the 12-step that works. And being, you know, I'm on MAP, but I'm going to switch to Suboxone when I get out. That's what worked for me before. But it's just about utilizing a sponsor and working the whole entire 12 steps, not stopping. Just because life is going good, it's, you know, it's for good times and for bad times, and just keeping a support network. That's all what I focused on this time, and because I know it works when I work it. I'm also a mentor in my unit. I do 2 NA meetings a week over there, and a morning meeting. You know, I'm 40 years old now. You know, I spent way too much time screwing my life up. You know, I went back to school during COVID. I got certified for HVAC, but most of all, I gotta be there for my kids. They need me as much as I need them. And, you know, that's, I don't want to say too old or anything, but, you know, I know that, you know, this 12 steps work for me. And that's, you know, my thought process. I'm also, you know, I did CCAR. I'm gonna, you know, go to their office and utilize them. I'm also referred or, you know, signed up or whatever with Wheeler Clinic. So I'm going to work with Wheeler Clinic. I did that before and it worked. So it's just, you know, having a good support network around me, and, you know, utilizing the tools and the things that are out there like CCAR, the MAP program or Roots, Wheeler Clinic, and, you know, NAAA. Thank you.
Right. So thank you, Mr. Montanari. So you know what we do here. You've been through this once before. So we're going to take turns asking questions. And then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay, thank you.
We'll start questions this morning with Board Member Suzaskas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Montanari.
Good morning.
So can you tell us what you learned about yourself during this period of incarceration, please?
That, you know, staying in depression and thinking about, you know, poor me and the mistakes is never going to get me anywhere. There's freedom from addiction, there's freedom from depression, but it takes work. And I just got to stay in recovery. I never worked recovery before. So when I did it, I thought it was just about, you know, being clean, not using drugs. But I realized it's not just drugs. It's everything. It's about self-worth, confidence. So I realized that it's a continuous process. It's not just about being clean. I thought it was just, oh, you know, you go to meetings because you want to use, and you don't have to go to meetings anymore when you don't think about using. I realize that's not the case. You know, the 12 steps, you know, NAA is not just about being clean. It's about work and recovery. And work and recovery for me is being my best self, you know, how to handle situations the best, how to talk to people. And I do that, I'm gonna be able to be the best father that my kids need of me to be my best self.
All right, this is a read here. It appears that you've complied with the prior panel's recommendations and completed some programming. You haven't received any additional disciplinary reports since the last hearing, right?
Yes, no disciplinary reports.
How have you managed to do that? You did have some trouble in the past, but it looks like you've been able to avoid that.
I just focused on, like I said before, it's not about getting out. I've gotten out other times and I came back. Even though it took me a while to come back the last time, I still came back. So I just used every program as an opportunity to learn how to stay out. Like I said before, I always thought drugs was my problem, and drugs caused a big problem, but it's not just drugs. It's, you know, my thinking, how I see things, you know, a saying stuck in my head. When you change the way you think, the things that you see change. And it's a little thing that, but for me, it changed my life, because the more I work on things and seeing things differently or thinking things differently, I see a lot of things different than the way I used to. So really just working recovery, but taking every opportunity to work on myself, you know, how to walk away, not, you know, get baited into useless conversations in here, you know, stay around positive people.
Okay. You haven't done well in supervision. You were on probation, right, when you came back in, and you haven't done well in supervision in the past. Why is this going to be different this time?
Well, I never had kids before, and I changed my life to be a father, and that's how I had that time of success. And yes, I didn't handle a negative situation where, you know, like his mother leaving and not being able to see my kids for a while. I handled it completely wrong. But my family's back in my life. My mom sees the big change in me, and I'm going back to her house, be able to live with my kids. And it's just staying in recovery. If I stayed in recovery when things were going good, I would have had the support when things started going bad, and I'm never going to forget that this time. So for me, it's keeping a support network, good, positive people around me, and, you know, not holding things inside and dealing with things in the right manner.
Okay, you talked about your support network several times in your opening statement and my questions. So if something negative or stressful happens in your life, which is bound to happen, right? Happens to all of us.
Mm-hmm.
You have people that you can call on so that you can get through that period without using?
Yeah, I have CCAR. I've never used CCAR before, but I'm going to work with them. At Wheeler Clinic, so I'm going to have a therapist, a psychiatrist. But I'm building. I got people that come up and that do NAA meetings here. Someone's in my town, so I'm going to be able to get to a meeting when I first get out and just utilize a sponsor, find a sponsor, and work with them. And if I'm going to meetings, I'm sharing honestly and doing the steps, positive people will be around me, and I'm going to utilize that, call them and talk to them on good days and on bad days. So when I need them, they'll be there. All I have to do is call.
Okay.
I got my twin sister and my mom for support also.
How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
The other times when I came in, I saw it as just getting away from the madness of living, getting high. But this time, you know, Every day I realized that I had a good plea bargain and I threw it all away because I couldn't stay sober. I could have 15 months of probation and instead I got 4 years.
Yeah.
And I thought about that every single day. I talk to my daughter every single day. I talk to my son every single day. And I just, I'm blessed. I got everything I ever prayed for. I prayed for happy, healthy babies and I got happy, healthy babies. I'm going to be able to be with them every day. I can see them every day. Just never forgetting the little things. Just how grateful I am and how blessed I am.
Do you have any leads or ideas on employment?
I went to school and I'm certified for HVAC, so the HVAC union is on the Berlin Turnpike in Newington. But you know, I really would like to get into there. I have a few opportunities, maybe with do apartment maintenance or landscaping, but really I want to focus on getting back into working my career with HVAC.
Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Montanari. Thank you very much for answering my questions. That's all I have.
Thank you. Board Member
I
Turner?
have no questions.
Great.
Good to see you, sir.
Thank you. Same here.
Board Member Sisupskis.
Okay, Mr. Chair. So Mr. Montanari is here for a read here. He was asked to complete positive programs, receive no disciplinary reports. So at the last hearing, he appears to have complied with the prior panel's recommendations, been approved for halfway house by DOC. He has a flat sentence, so he has no supervision to follow this. It looks like he has about a year left of his sentence, and that would give him a year of support that I think he desperately needs. Be successful. He's talking about things are different now because he understands that he needs a support network in the community. He talked a lot about Wheeler Clinic, CCAR, NA, other reasons he can rely on. So when those stressful times happen, he doesn't slip back up. He understands that in the past, he thought that this was just a temporary thing going to treatment and that once he was sober, he could just go about his life, but now understands this is like a permanent situation for him. He's going to have to continue to do these things to stay clean and out of jail. So sounds pretty good today, and I'm in favor of granting this discretionary parole.
Board Member Turner?
I'm a grant as well.
All right. Mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. 5 co-defendants. Anything else?
No alcohol.
Else, I don't know. I don't think that's a good idea.
That's it. Those.
Okay, yeah.
So regarding Michael Montanari, 306828, I move to grant parole on or after July 13th, 2026 with the following stipulations that will apply to his discretionary parole. No alcohol consumption, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, and no contact with co-defendants Joshua Giddings, Nicholas Newton, Nilbert Gomez, Taylor Williams, and Miguel Torres. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor will signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Montanari, you've been voted to parole and your conditions be explained to you prior to your release, okay?
Thank you for this opportunity and have a wonderful day.
This now concludes the hearing for Michael Montanari, inmate number 3068. That it is. Good morning, sir. Can I have your name, please?
Mark Rich, morning,
Good morning. Give us 1 second.
no problem.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, July 13, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certified they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Nancy Turner.
Robert Sazowskis.
Also present this morning is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Mark Rich. My inmate number is 267603.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Mark Rich, inmate number 267603. He is serving a total effective sentence of 10 years, execution suspended after 3 years, to be followed by 5 years of probation, for 2 counts of criminal possession of a firearm, ammo, defense weapon, and violation of a lower receiver frame restriction. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of April 8, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has not completed any programs. He is currently participating in the MAT program. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Rich, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Can I read my letter, please?
Absolutely.
All right. I first want to say I and me alone is responsible for what happened to me in my arrest. I blame no one else or think I was unfairly treated. I broke the law and understand why I am where I am. Only I put myself in this position. This didn't have to happen. I would like to apologize to all the people I hurt, not only but my mother, kids, wife, brother, neighbors, and uncle. This has affected my kids in a negative way that I hope doesn't scar them. I did a lot for them: bills, college, clothes, food. Without my support, they were forced in the blink of an eye to live under their means. My wife hasn't had her husband's support. My neighbors had to deal with the police all that day and night, not knowing what happened. I'm sure that scared them. My mother and uncle had to watch their son and nephew sit in prison, help and support a grown man who at her age should be taking care of them. My mother had heart surgery last year and I almost died, and I couldn't do anything. That was the worst part of all this. All I could think, I did this to myself. I have asked myself many times, what will be different? I know, no matter right or wrong, I will walk away from an argument. I will not be around firearms. I will continue to use my positive support system. I have many positive male and female role models in my life. My support system, mother, brother, NA coach, counselor. My sobriety has been very serious to me. Since October 11, 2011, I have refrained from using illicit, illegal drugs or substances. I have given App Foundation clean urine since that time. I entered into the methadone due to becoming sick from prescription pills. I was coming off at the time of incarceration. I'm now almost off. I plan to still utilize the App Foundation as a recovery tool upon my release. They have helped me greatly, along with my sponsor and App Foundation and NA groups, Impulse Control, DV, Anger Management. These groups will, with success employment, will be my focus in my future rehabilitation. While being incarcerated, it has been difficult to attend groups. I'm told unless it is on your offender plan, people leaving these groups. I have a stack of requests sitting next to me begging to attend groups, including multiple letters to Commissioner Wallace. I stay on the lowest dose of methadone they will prescribe, 2 milligrams, in order to attend recovery-based programs only offered in my dorm. Every morning at 7 a.m. we have behavior-based recovery meetings. 2 times a week we have in-dorm AA-NA meetings with the sponsored AA meetings outside the dorm once a week. A few times a month, we have a counselor come in and meet us on one-on-ones. The one program on my OAP I'm supposed to attend, I was told I'm in the next class that starts today. I have that paper with me. I received my GED, attended vocational school, Black Rock, as a machinist right in Waterbury behind Stop and Shop off 84. I took my prerequisites at Naugatuck Valley Community College to become a mechanical engineer, but family and work overwhelmed me and I didn't finish college. I have worked my adult life As you've seen in my PSI, I've held a job for 6 years at MQ where I thought I did great, then went on to work at one of the largest and oldest aerospace engineering companies in the USA, Lockheed Martin. I have my ID and picture here to show I was still employed at the day of my arrest. I worked there the day of my incarceration. Every day, I'm extremely upset with myself that I threw all that away. It won't happen again. When I spoke to Parole Officer Dunkley here, there were some things I didn't say. It's not that I do not think of these things. They just aren't normal things to think of, but I'm not in a normal situation. Like she asked me, what would I like the parole officers to know? And I really thought about this, and I didn't say this. I'm sorry for what I did. I know what I did was wrong and only want to go home to become a law-abiding, contributing member to society. I understand parole is not release, and I'm willing to prove my rehabilitation given the opportunity. I don't claim to have all the answers, and I will do what steps are needed to rehabilitate myself. I've secured work upon my release at Yale Contracting with the owner, Jimmy Hooker from Ansonia, Connecticut. He should have sent me a letter. I'm happy he's willing to give me a chance. I want the board to know I have 11 months EOS with my good time. I have sat here and I begged to do programs. I just can't really explain how. I've asked everybody. I have a staff of requests begging to do programs. It's not that I don't want to, they just don't let you. The reason I think I should get, why should I get parole? To mend and repair the broken relationships I've destroyed with my family and community, becoming a contributing member of society. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rich. So you've never been before the parole board before, have you?
Never once. And I'd like to say that I have done probation in 2008 and I successfully completed it.
Yep.
5 years.
So what we do is we've taken a look at your background, what happened during this offense, what you've done since you've been in, your interview with the parole officer, and based upon that, we have some questions to get to suitability for parole.
Yes.
We're going to take turns and ask those questions, and then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Okay?
Okay. Yes.
All right. And we're going to start questions this morning with Board Member Turner.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
So I did read, Mr. Rich, that your clean date is October 11th, 2011.
Yes, ma'am.
And I heard you say that since that date, you've refrained from any illicit drug use.
Yes, illegal illicit drugs, yes.
Yeah. But you still occasionally drink and you smoke marijuana. I have that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So can you define?
When I say occasionally, it's not, it's bi-monthly at worst. Sometimes it goes 6 months. I've gone without a drink in a year at times. But, you know, when the occasion comes, I you know, with friends or family, it does happen occasionally.
Right. So what does recovery look like to you?
It looks like not going out and doing illegal things for illegal drugs. It's still having a home. It's still having items. It's being able to support your family. It's not getting so, even if it's illegal or not illegal, it's not becoming so inebriated that you just can't control yourself anymore. It's being a normal person like, you know, everybody else outside of these walls right here.
And you believe you can drink and smoke marijuana recreationally without it being a problem?
I've done it. It's not. I haven't. That wasn't my drug of choice. I don't.
Right, but
I don't know what to say. I know what to say to that. I've never had a problem with marijuana or alcohol personally.
These things still alter your mental state. They impact your mood, you know, so they are
Sure, so do heart
No.
pills.
Excuse me?
So do heart pills and, you know, I'm on the methadone program that will, you know, that will
So-
alter how you feel.
Do you
But these are
believe
reasons that I'm coming off of it,
do you believe you're an addict?
of course. Yeah,
But you
I
don't.
mean, I don't
plan
have all the answers, and like I said, I'm willing, if this is what parole wants, I'm willing to accept. This is what I should do. I don't have all the answers for everything. I'm not perfect. I'm far from perfect.
I'm not trying to assess that. I'm
I
trying
don't,
to
I,
understand.
ma'am, I don't drink every
Can I
day.
finish?
I'm sorry.
Can I finish?
Mhm.
I'm trying to understand your thoughts about substance use and what may or may not have contributed to your criminal history and what your intentions are going forward. And typically, you know, when someone recognizes they have an addiction, part of the solution, part of the adjustment in one's living is to live clean and sober. But I don't hear that that's what you're planning.
I'm not planning to go out and drink or use any drugs. I just said occasionally if I have friends or family over, birthday party, I'll have a drink. I don't get inebriated.
And you were at the ACT Foundation when you were on probation.
Yes,
Have you
ma'am.
ever done any other kind of drug treatment or worked with another agency?
Yes, I was in help for a year prior to part of the ACT Foundation in 2010. I successfully completed that too. That's what got me on the road to sobriety. But to answer your question, no, if I have a drink, I don't get drunk. I don't go out and use to alter how I feel. I don't use drugs to make myself feel better. I have a drink
Do you
at a
like
birthday
the
party.
feeling of the marijuana and the alcohol?
What's that?
Do you like the feeling of the marijuana or the alcohol?
No, it's not. I don't use it to alter the state of my feeling. If I have a drink, it's you know, happy birthday. If if people are standing around, if I smoke, it'll be, you know, one toke with somebody, you know, I'm standing around, but I don't do drugs. I don't do things to alter how I feel.
You indicated to Officer Dunkley that you couldn't identify any high risks that might bring you back to incarceration.
Of
Have you
course.
thought of any since then?
Any high risk? Well, there's plenty. They're just anger management alone. You know, I get into an argument with somebody, no matter if I'm right or wrong, walk away and talk about it another time. There's no reason to two people are mad at each other. I understand that it's going to go nowhere. Just come back, make a phone call, leave. That's huge. In my position, that's huge, I think. Along with
Well, I mean, that.
not being around firearms, I should, definitely shouldn't be around those.
You know, for the argument between you and your partner to have gotten to a point where she felt unsafe and needed to call 911, is concerning.
It's
Why
horrible.
do you think that was?
Her primary language was Spanish. Still to this day, I don't even know what we were arguing about. I know I came home from work and I fell asleep and she had her phone is her translator and she was trying to put her phone in front of my face and I was sleeping and I just didn't want to look at it. And that's what upset her. And I honestly don't even know what we were arguing about.
I did read that was your account to Officer Dunkley and it differs significantly from the police report. So I don't have any more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Sedakis.
Yes, you said that you're going to be starting a program tomorrow. Is that domestic violence?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
That's what they told me. That's what they told me. I have it here though.
okay. And then the other thing was that in your opening statement or at some point today, you said that you successfully completed your only term of probation, but my records indicate that you were violated on that probation and they terminated it.
So like I said, the last probation I completed in 2011 was successfully completed. The one before that was terminated and they reinstated a new probation when I got arrested on the cannabis charge and I successfully completed that.
So you're talking about in New York, is that what you're talking about?
No, sir, in 2011.
Okay, I don't
Yeah,
have any record.
so
I
I was,
the Connecticut probation, as far as I'm concerned, from what I could tell.
yeah,
it's
I'm
like-
talking about Connecticut. I was in Waterbury, out of Waterbury, and I went to right behind the hospital over there, and I did 5 years with you guys at probation. So I got arrested in 2008. They violated my probation in 2008, and they reinstated it along with me doing a year rehab program. From the year, I went on to do another 5 years probation with you guys, all the way to 2013 or something.
My records show that in 2010, you were violated for some drug charges and then they just terminated it at that point, you know. That's what it shows here. It's okay. I just wanted to say, I don't have any record of you successfully completing probation. Okay, let me see if I had anything else here. This disciplinary report for fighting. You think you could have handled that a different way?
I was in a cell, sir. I probably, yeah. Again, I could have just kept my mouth shut and maybe things would have went different, of course. Yeah.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. So Mr. Rich, the only thing that I really have to say is that part of what's on your OAP is addiction services. I would really take a deep look at that.
I'm willing, like I said, I'm willing to do whatever, I'm willing counseling, I'm not perfect by any means.
Yep, I'm not saying you are, but I would take a deep look at your marijuana use. Because as I read your history, it comes from your prior PSIs and other things. It was like one of those first things for you. And when they came in, I mean, they didn't just find candy in the candy dish, right?
Yes, sir.
And they found guns along with it. So, I mean, I don't have any questions along with that. What I'm saying is just, I would take a look at that. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Board Member Turner.
So Mr. Rich is with us for his first significant period of incarceration, 3 years to serve, done in another 13 months. It's concerning. There was some conflict and the police were called as a result. They discovered guns, gun parts, marijuana plants, etc. His criminal history goes back to 2000. Moderate history offense, which I think is actually a little bit higher, given that he hasn't been able to take programs that would support his rehabilitation. I'm not sure why he thought his prior crimes were clean slated and that he could own a firearm, but he didn't go about it in the legal way. I really am very confused about his concepts about recovery and sobriety. And I think a program, as you were pointing out, could perhaps bring him to some clarity. I do not have them granted to him.
Board Member Suzowski.
Yeah, I without the programming, I can't find him suitable today.
I have January with addiction services, domestic violence, and no disciplinary reports. That would give him 7 months on supervision if the next board finds him suitable.
That's also what I have.
Yeah, I'm not interested in the rehear, but my denial reasons today are nature and circumstances, inadequate program participation, and evidence of offender change.
And you want to read here in
I
January?
have January to get an opportunity to take these programs and see if maybe you can come to some realization where, yeah, with the substance abuse and it's insight and domestic offense, some tools maybe to deal with those situations better. So I did have January 2027 with those positive programs, no additional.
So regarding Mark Rich, 267603, we moved to deny parole today, based on nature and circumstances, current offense, inadequate institutional program participation, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Is there a second? Second. Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Parole is denied. However, Mr. Rich, we will rehear you in January. What we want you to do is take positive programming. Our denial with the rehear will help you get into those programs so that you can do them. No further disciplinary reports. And you heard our concerns. So if you could do that, that would be good. Okay.
What programs are you looking for me to do?
I mean, we need to say positive programming. However, domestic violence is something that you want to take a look at based upon the circumstances of the offense. And I would really take a look at an addiction services program, so that you can hopefully gain some more insight. Okay.
And how long is my denial for? My next hearing is in January, you said?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
This now concludes the hearing for Mark Rich, inmate number 2676. Good morning, sir. Can I have your name, please?
Mr. Faust,
Okay, give us 1 second. Good morning. My name is Paul Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, July 13th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Cole.
Nancy Turner.
Robert Sazowskis.
Also present this morning is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jason Faust, 272448.
This is a rehear being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jason Faust, inmate number 272448. He is serving a total effective sentence of 6 jail flat for operation of drug act. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 6, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Since his last hearing date, the offender has completed new thoughts in tier 2. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of recidivism. Mr. Foss, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
To the Board of Pardons and Parole, I would ask to be granted parole because in the last 3 years, I've completely changed my life. I went from a drug addict and life of addiction, losing my job, my wife and my kids, losing everything, hitting rock bottom. Now I'm a completely changed person. I have found God, praying 5 decades at a time, my religion, and I'm an active member of NA Narcotics Anonymous for 3 years now. While in prison, I have completed all my offender accountability plans. I've completed 3 programs, Voices program, which focused on the victim of crimes, New Thoughts program, which focused on different types of approaches to a situation, New Thoughts, New Way. And finally, Tier 2 program, which is an intensive outpatient drug program that deals with the recovery and tools to be successful recovering addict and live a drug-free life. Now that I have completed these 3 programs, I am not done. I'm still doing more in my life and want to complete the CCAR Academy to become a drug coach counselor. I want to sign up to do 100 voluntary hours towards a school and do a career change to drug counselor. I have found freedom. Even though I'm in jail, I have gained complete freedom from addiction and can make choices in my life to move forward. I have held numerous jobs for 3 years now while incarcerated. Laundry job for 2 years at Bridgeport, chairman job for 6 months at McDougal, and dorm janitor now for 1 year here at Carl Robinson. As to my medical reasons, I have been completely blind in my left eye for 3 years now. I needed 3 surgeries: cataract laser surgery, retinal detachment surgery.
Mr. Foss, Mr. Foss,
Yes.
so all of your medical stuff, I just want to remind you that we are being live streamed. So, you know, if you choose to disclose anything, you know that it's going out into the world. Okay?
Okay.
You don't have to.
All right. I'm just,
Continue.
it's very basic. It just, and 6
Okay.
months later, I have to do a 3rd surgery. So I've done all my 3 surgeries and I'm at the stage of just follow-up appointments and numerous eye drops. Yale did a fantastic job and they made me look normal. And you can never tell I even had the surgery. I still look normal. So that's that part. Into the parole board. In closing, I would like to say I'm very sorry and remorseful for my actions and take full responsibility for my actions. If granted parole and released back into society, I plan to go to a halfway house first with supervision and find a job to start working. I plan to focus on recovery first by staying active with NA meetings, and I plan to sign up to start doing school for CCAR. On my last parole hearing, the parole paper says, panel recommendation says, number 1, finish OAP. I finished all my 3 programs and I have a 5 to 7-day job. Any positive program. I'm active NA member now. We go every week, every Monday for 3 years now. And I'm on the waiting list for CCAR and Smart Recovery. Adequate release plan, adequate recovery plan, and no additional DRs. I have no additional DRs. So like I said, my release plan is put in a halfway house in New Haven, reach out and sign up with numerous agencies, CCAR Academy, Strive Academy, Goodwill Academy, and American Job Center because they help with ex-offenders and additional support. My recovery plan is more like a forever plan. If you're out in the ocean on a boat, the boat can't have holes or damage or the boat would sink. The same goes for me. I can't have any holes or be damaged by drug use or I would sink. So I must always put my recovery first. Usually it goes family first, work, etc. Mine must be recovery first. God, family, then work. I have 4 years clean now, active NA member. I have all the tools and special rules to make it. Just have 5 people in your phone, a small circle, mom, sister, NA sponsor, 2 more people from NA in case I need to talk to someone. I can always put myself on a 5 to 10 minute window without using. And no matter what life brings, cancer or deaths in the family or anything, never pick up and use. At 40-something years old, almost 50, I think it's time to put addiction behind me. Some of my special rules to myself that I say is like, don't use no matter what. Go to NA meetings, ask your higher power to keep you clean today. Call your sponsor, read NA literature, talk to other recovering addicts, and work the 12 steps of NA. And for me, if I have to write little sticky notes that say, if I have to write little sticky notes to tell myself I'm clean today or 1 day at a time, if this is what it takes, little notes to remind me that I made it and I beat addiction, then so be it. Thank you, panel members, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Foss. So you've been here before, you know what we do. We're going to take turns asking questions. Then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So good job. I was on your last panel and we asked you to do exactly what you just did. It's great that you went through and did the programming You just talked about what you needed to do. You just talked about your release plan and a recovery plan that you need to take care of, right? And obviously, one of the things I asked or I wrote down to talk about was the status of your CDL, but I guess there's some complications. So you thinking about going to the Recovery Coach Academy and also the American Job Center, where you know that they help people who have records get employment and such. You know, all of that stuff is good stuff, right? And it's stuff that you don't have to take those up if you don't want to. Are you
That's
okay?
correct. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Okay. I just didn't, okay. So it's important, the things that you've laid out, which are different than what we had the last time we were here, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you followed through by, you're going to NA. You know, I have down that you're active with AA.
Yes. Well, my ultimate goal is 5 to 10 years from now to come back here and be a speaker at the NA meetings, because they bring outside speakers. So it's great.
Yeah. And that's an important thing, right?
Yes.
Somebody coming back in there was there, came out and is still out. Talking
All
about
these
how
guys-
they did it.
All these guys come in and talk to us, and they have 10 and 20 years clean, so recovery is possible, and they're ex-inmates. So I want to do the same thing.
Right. So, I mean, and the real issue here is for you to do something where you're not engaged in drug sales or things like that. You know, so you need to get out there and do the right thing.
Yes,
Is there
sir.
anything that you think you need as part of your parole or part of a release for you?
I would ask to be placed in New Haven area for a halfway house because I go to Yale like monthly. And then all those resources that I mentioned, American Job Center and AMNI Goodwill, those are all in New Haven area. And the CCAR Academy is in New Haven as well.
CCAR is there, and there's a really hefty recovery community that operates in New Haven. There's a lot of meetings and such there.
Yes.
So they can have the connection.
I also,
yeah, go ahead.
sorry. I also contacted the school here. They had my old GED from 2008 when I took it here in the prison system.
Yep.
So I have a copy now because I seen Gateway Community College is offering free courses, something to do with inmates or having your medical card. And you have to have the GED and you rubella test for something for the medical.
Yep.
But I needed this as part to get into Gateway, just as a backup plan.
There you go. Those are all positive things for you. Anything further?
No, sir.
Board members, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have that.
Board members,
No
have any questions? So Mr. Foster's done what we asked him to do. He did put together not only a good release plan, but a good recovery plan. He's taken the programs and obviously benefited from them a great deal. I would support his parole in this case. I have halfway house. So what other people are feeling? Board Member Turner, your thoughts?
I think he's done a tremendous job. And I'm very impressed that he wants his career change to help others. And I support his discretionary goal.
And Board Member Sosowski?
I agree. I have nothing else to add. Thank you.
All right, regarding Jason Foss, 272448, I moved to grant parole on or after July 13, 2026. The following stipulations that apply to his discretionary parole. Halfway house placement. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Foss, you've been voted to parole, and your conditions will be explained to you prior to your release, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Get out there and do it. You can.
This now concludes the hearing for Jason Foss, inmate number 272448. Good morning, sir. Can I have your name, please?
Oh, let's see.
Donovan Austin.
Okay, give us a few minutes. We'll be right with you. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunphy. Today is Monday, July 13, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certify they have completed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Poles.
Nancy Turner.
Robert Sisowskis.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Donovan Austin, 451-641.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Donovan Austin, inmate number 451641. He is serving a total effective sentence of 5 years, execution suspended after 3 years, followed by 5 years of probation for coercion. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 8, 2026. There is no victim input in this. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the PSB short track, Tier 2 invoices. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Austin, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Good afternoon. Prior to my hearing today, I told my institutional parole officer that my recollection of events was of no importance. I want to clarify the reason I said that was because I didn't want anything I said to undermine or belittle the experience of the victims. I want to make it clear that I am not trying to justify any of my actions. I understand the seriousness of my offenses and I take full accountability for my actions. I want to genuinely ask for forgiveness from those I've affected and the families. And I truly apologize for my actions and for the harm I've caused. I understand that words alone cannot change what happened, and I want it to be known that I'm fully committed to becoming a better person. My goal is to continue growing, making responsible choices, and living my life in a way that reflects the lessons I've learned. During my incarceration, I took programming very seriously. I've learned how to better identify high-risk situations, the importance of clear consent and communication, as well as the importance of respecting and complying with the rules and conditions set by my authority figures once I'm back out in the community. I've had the opportunity to reflect on my choices, behavior, and the person I want to become, and how important it is for me to think intellectually before every choice I make moving forward in my life. I understand that I need to make better decisions and prove through my actions that I'm capable of living a responsible life. Although I know I will be released one day and I will have to live a responsible life regardless of today's decision, being granted parole will further encourage me to wake up every day with a purpose, Knowing that I've been given the opportunity to turn my life around and prove through my actions that I'm capable of living a responsible and productive life, I would not take the opportunity for granted. I would still continue to work on myself, follow every condition given to me, and surround myself with people and situations that encourage good decisions. I understand the responsibility that comes with being granted parole, and ultimately, I'll do everything I can to show I'm capable of making positive choices and contributing to society. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Austin. And so what we do here is we've read about your background and what you've accomplished since you've been inside your interview with the parole officer. Based on that, we have some questions for you to arrive at your suitability for parole. We're going to take turns and ask those questions, and then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Yes.
And questions this morning, we'll start with Board Member Suzowskis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So can you tell us what you learned about yourself during this period of incarceration?
I've just learned how to grow as a person, accept the things that I can't change. I've talked to my authority figures that run my programs a lot, even outside of my classes, just to further educate myself on how to become a better person and further my journey. I feel like this time has given me a lot of time to reflect on my choices and further remind me to think intellectually about every choice I make going forward in my life and how important it is for me to make good decisions and surround myself with people that encourage those good decisions and situations that encourage those good decisions. So I think this time gave me a lot of reflection on my life, and it helped me to get an idea of the person that I want to be and work towards that every single day. I've journaled a lot and read a lot of books and completed my programs and done everything I can, and I continue to do everything I can to become a better person each and every day.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the things that happened. Do you think alcohol played a role in some of your poor decision-making that led to your incarceration?
No, I don't think alcohol played a role. I wasn't intoxicated.
Sounded like there was some drinking taking place though, right? One of these incidents, you were at a party or whatever?
Yes.
You drinking before while you're at the party?
Well, yes, that situation, yes. I was thinking about the other situation.
Okay, so just to be clear, I understand there are two situations and there was some changes to how these things were sentenced and one of the charges and so forth. So
yes,
the charge that we're dealing with, this coercion charge, has to do with the older of the two victims.
Okay, yes.
You understand what we're dealing with today?
Yes.
Okay. Although we may ask you questions about the other incident too, because you were incarcerated for that, and that sentence is now expired, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you this: how did this change in your sentencing situation? How did that come about?
Well, to my understanding, when I was sentenced, the charge wasn't. It didn't line up with the dates. I guess the law had changed around that time, and I had to go to court and kind of redo everything. It was something that was going on with the court system and the laws of the state.
So it wasn't anything that you had applied for with your attorney. There was the court said that there was something that need to make an adjustment to.
Yeah, it was basically an adjustment that was made on the court's end while I was in here.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about the victims in these cases. How do you think your actions have affected them going forward?
I do think that it was detrimental. I do sincerely apologize for my actions, and I don't in any way want to justify any of my actions. Even when I took my programs, they kind of gave me the other perspective and the other point of view for how my actions can be detrimental. And I'm remorseful. I do apologize, and I don't ever want to put anyone else in a situation like that again.
Okay. Let's talk about the short track sex offender program. You completed that, right? As part of your programming?
Yes.
What did you learn there that might help you when you get out so that you don't have one of these type of situations again?
In that program, I learned how to identify high-risk situations and the importance of clear consent and making good decisions moving forward in my life. And also complying with my authority figures. That was a big thing that we talked about, because going back out into the community, there are going to be rules and conditions to live by. And just knowing that communication with them and complying with the rules and knowing that they want the best for me, and not going back and forth with my authority figures. And yes, clear consent, communication, all of the above.
Okay. Yeah, I think complying with authority figures is important. If you are granted parole, the people that are in your life that are involved in this, they want you to succeed. They're not adversaries to you. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
They want to provide you with the programs and things that you need, so that way you never have to come back. You just put this behind you and go forward. And then you completed the Tier 2 program, right?
Yes.
I know you're kind of stating that alcohol wasn't like a contributing factor to this, but from what I read,
I didn't know what situation we were talking about, so.
We're just kind of talking about both of them, I think. You know what I mean? I just think
Yes.
alcohol played a role in
Yes.
some of it. Okay.
Yes.
And do you think Tier 2 helped you with that?
Yes. Tier 2 helped me to just know that everything has a cause and every cause has an effect, and just knowing, again, how to make smart decisions, control my emotions. I talked with the authority figure in that program as well, and I've further learned that as a person, I need to prioritize being governed by my intellect and not my emotions. And seeing how, one thing that we talked about too was that alcohol and drugs, and there can be addictions to anything, and just how to control those addictions. And honestly, in that program, that was the first time that I was able to sit down with a bunch of men and we talk about our problems and how certain things can affect us in life. It gave me a different perspective for how everyone's lives are affected by drugs and alcohol.
Okay. How do you think you've changed the most since all of this happened?
I think that I think more intellectually, and I move smarter, and I've become a better person, and I'm still on that journey to become a better person. I think each and every day I do wake up with a purpose, and I stay out of high-risk situations. Even while being incarcerated, I remained out of trouble, didn't get in any bad situations, because it would be contradicting and counterproductive to the person that I'm trying to become.
And you wanted to parole to your father's house, is that right?
Yes.
All right, let's talk about how you plan to financially support yourself. Do you have any job leads or ideas?
Prior to my incarceration, I was heavy into business marketing. I would help brands market their business through advertisement. I didn't go to college for it, but I'm self-taught with advertising. But even if I was required to get a regular job, I would be fine with that, and I would follow every condition that's given to me. But
Like
my
what
ultimate plan,
Go ahead. Your long-term plan, go ahead.
my ultimate plan would be to further my education with business marketing and continue to grow in that field.
Okay. And that may take some education and some more work, and you have an interest in it, so that's good. And you said you'd be willing to work any, regular job. So that's the short-term job, that just getting out, so you have some cash and you can not rely on other people.
Yes.
What kind of work? Like, what, do you have any ideas, like where you would submit applications for those type of jobs?
I don't have any ideas, but I would rely on my authority figures to help me with those ideas. Maybe a warehouse, maybe something in retail. I don't know exactly where, but I would get to it as soon as possible.
Yeah. So you're open to doing a warehouse, fast food, retail, whatever you need to do. Is that what I'm hearing from you?
Yes.
and then work on your long-term plan in business in that at the same
Yes.
time.
Yes.
Okay. All right, those are all the questions I have, sir. Thank you for answering them. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Scott. Board Member Turner, any questions?
So, Mr. Austin, you've said a couple of times that you've learned to identify high-risk situation. Can you give
Yes.
some examples?
I think a high-risk situation would be drugs and alcohol being involved in the situation. One-night stands, not having clear communication and getting to actually know somebody and communicating with them before engaging in those type of acts. So I think that those are some of the high-risk situations that I've learned and further were reminded of.
You completed the short track program in August last year, and you were interviewed by the Connection in February. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. They asked you how you know when someone wants to have sex with you. Do you recall your answer?
I don't exactly recall my answer, no.
They make the first move. So in this particular case, you made the first move, but you've now, in this hearing, talked about clear consent.
Yes.
Why don't you define that for us?
Clear communication, not being in a rush to do anything, and yeah, just further clear communication and everyone being aware of what's going on.
What does that communication consist of?
Verbal agreements on if they want to engage in a sexual encounter or not.
Okay. Do you believe that your partner can withdraw consent at any point if you're taking it in a direction they don't want to go?
Yes, they can withdraw at any point, yes.
So why did this situation happen?
I think I just made very poor decisions, and once again, I said,
But why? Why did you pin her down and engage in sexual contact when she was asking you to stop, telling you to stop?
I wasn't in the right state of mind. I take full accountability for my actions, and I
So
would never
not
put,
being in the right state of mind, but you weren't under the influence.
yes, wasn't in the right state of mind.
What does that mean?
I just think that I wasn't thinking intellectually about the choices that I was making. I could have thought intellectually and more aware of the cause and effect of my actions. And
So your not right state of mind was the state of mind you wanted what you wanted when you wanted it?
I would define it as I was just immature. I think that I've grown and become more mature since the person I was in 2019. I don't at all want to justify any of the actions that I made. I was wrong, completely wrong, 100%.
But you were 19 years old, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And you were willing to become a father at 19?
No.
Okay, but you didn't use condom to prevent pregnancy.
I don't justify any of my actions. I'm remorseful and I regret all of my actions, and I'm doing everything that I can now to become a better person, and I don't justify any of it.
Well, it is concerning that, the situation where the victim was isolated and said no, and you didn't listen, and you used force. Do you have any thoughts about that decision?
My thoughts are that it was an immature decision. It was very irresponsible of me to make those choices. And moving forward, I would never, ever put anybody else in
I
a
was
situation.
gonna say, it wasn't just irresponsible, Mr. Austin, it was criminal, and it was selfish.
Yes, ma'am.
I had no regard for her and how she was feeling at the time. Because you didn't listen to her say no. And when she resisted, you used force.
Yes, ma'am. I do not justify any of my actions. And I've done everything I can to grow as a person and make sure that never happens again.
Well, you're
I
the one
take-
who makes sure it doesn't happen again.
Yes,
That's up
yes,
to you.
yes. I take full accountability.
So what have you learned from the jobs that you've held in the facility as far as having a work ethic?
As soon as I got into the facility, I got a kitchen job. We had to go 3 times a day, morning, afternoon, and late
Question
afternoon.
is about your work ethic. What have you developed as a work ethic as a result of the jobs?
It has kept me disciplined to show up every day and not miss any days. There was no breaks. We showed up every day, 3 times a day. So it showed me discipline. It humbled me, and it continues to humble me because I still do work in here now. I'm now a chairman in the facility, but I would say ultimately it disciplined me and kept me focused.
So you're sitting before an employer and there's a job opening and you want that job. And that you're asked to describe yourself as a worker. So we have disciplined.
Hardworking.
That you are, I guess you could say, reliable in terms of the fact that you mentioned showing up. How
Yes.
else would you describe yourself as a worker?
I'm good with communication. I'm hardworking, and I'm flexible. I'm versatile, and I'm willing to do anything I can to be better at the job that I'm doing.
Get the job done, work as a team member,
Yes, work
take
as a team member.
direction, even if you don't agree with it,
Yes, ma'am.
stay till the job is done.
Yes.
The humble part is really important because what are you paid there as a chairman?
$1 a day.
So that makes minimum wage look pretty darn good, doesn't it?
Yes.
Mhm. So keep that in mind when you're starting out with your job search.
Yes.
You know, that you need to step up to your expenses and responsibilities so you're not putting all that on your dad.
Yes.
I have no more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We're all set, Mr. Austin. Board Member Suzakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Mr. Austin is here for this one charge of coercion. He's taken a number of programs, including the sex offender, short track program, Voices Tier 2. He's had a couple jobs in the facility. I did have a note, he did the Jericho Circle program too. We really didn't talk about that, but I did have a note about that. You know, he came across to me as an intelligent, well-spoken, articulate person. He wants to do better. He said that a number of times. He also apologized, accepted responsibility, and numerous times said that he didn't want any of his testimony today to seem like he was trying to justify his actions. You know, he was 19 years old when this happened. He's almost 27 years old now, according to my records. You know, his real estate seems realistic. He's supporting the community. He's living with his father. You know, he has some long-term goals to work in the business field, and for short term, he sounds willing to do anything. He's done different kinds of jobs in the facility, kind of showing that he's willing to work in the kitchen or be a chairman or whatever he has to do to make money. So based on everything I've heard today, despite the nature and circumstances, it's really being concerning. Based on what I heard today, I do find it suitable for relief.
Board Member Turk.
I think that this period of about 14 months before he is sentenced and begins 5 years of probation is best used to ensure that he completes sexual behavior treatment in the community and start getting his life on the right track. So for that reason, I would grant.
All right. I have problem sexual behavior treatment and a no contact and a general stay away.
Now, I had no alcohol. You know, he went back and forth on that. It does appear to have been involved in at least one of these instances. How do you feel about the alcohol?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
So I have victim AP, and a general no with MF.
It's general state, well, general no contact,
Yeah,
right?
that's-
I'm not-
I'm not sure what the state agreement's for.
I went, yep. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
Yes, I think we're all on the same page, yeah.
All right. So regarding Donovan Austin, 451-641, I move to grant parole on or after July 13, 2026, with the following stipulations: no alcohol consumption, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with victim AP, and a general no contact with MF. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Austin, you've been voted to parole. Your conditions will get explained to you prior to your release, okay?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
This now concludes the hearing for Donovan Austin and number 451-641. You're all set, sir. Good morning, sir. Can I have your name, please?
Yeah, good morning, Earl Belcher.
Okay, give us 1 second.
Sure.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunphy. Today is Monday, July 13, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Mike Poole.
Nancy Turner.
Robert Sazowskis.
Also present this morning is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Yes, good morning, Earl Belcher, inmate number 449914.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Earl Belcher, inmate number 449914. He is serving a total effective sentence of 8 years, execution suspended after 4 years to serve, followed by 10 years of probation for possession of child sexual abuse material second. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of June 24, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the PSP short track, tier 4, intensive aftercare, recovery coach, and smart recovery. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Belcher, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. Good morning again, and thank you for the opportunity to address the board. I'm truly grateful for your time today, and I look forward to addressing your questions. If I may be so bold as to pose the first question, I would ask of myself, why do I deserve to be granted parole? And reflecting on this question is the crux of my opening. Foremost, I don't deserve anything. That kind of thinking and entitlement mindset rooted in self-centered pride has been the basis of my spiritual malady and the root of all my problems today. Me, more, take, now. And fixing me has been the entire focus of my incarceration. If I may wax biblical briefly, I have put off the old self by renewing my mind daily, and I have put on the new self. So I'd like to focus on my past, my present, my future, what I did, what I've been doing in here, and what I will do. Again, what I did, you have everything of who I was before September 19, 2024, those notes in front of you. but I want to highlight some key points. First and foremost, I take full responsibility for my charge as outlined in my plea deal, as well as the contents of my police report. October 2014, the date that Bethel Police came to my home, was a low point in my life. My marriage, my dream job was slipping away. My career was on autopilot, not driven by ambition, but rather by my spiritual malady. I was broken, I didn't know it. My life was controlled by drugs, by alcohol, by legal pornography, but my moral bar had slipped to a new low at that point. I was exposed to those illegal materials. You also have my history, my criminal history in front of you, 4 OUIs, 3 first offenses, a third, all plea deals. This case, a plea deal, fall of 2022 with a January 2023 surrender date. That 4th OUI occurred on November 25th of 2022, and I was thrown in jail as a result of that in my arraignment on the 29th of November, and was not released until April 5th of 2023, which equals an involuntary FTA. Missed that January date. Again, those 4 OUIs. After that time in jail, again, a lot of shock, shame. I was released to a sober house, and I started unwillingly at first a recovery journey. I am an alcoholic. 43 years of denial. Alcohol and porn directed my life and all my decisions. This disease is tripartite, physical, mental, and spiritual. I was spiritually and morally bankrupt. And by November of 2022, I was a daily drinker, a blackout drinker. COVID had worsened my addictions. I was lonely, I was isolated. If I can fast forward to the present, what I've been doing in here, again, you highlighted the programs that I've completed. In my opening sentence, I use the word opportunity. And that is exactly how I view my incarceration, both from the beginning and to the here and now, the opportunity to focus on fixing me. I also use the word grateful, and I am grateful to have been fairly sentenced in light of my original plea deal and my FTA. I also want to note that I brought in, before this incarceration, 18 months of both new recovery, as well as a rebirth of my spiritual and faith, spirituality and my faith. I had completed my confirmation. I'm Catholic in April of 2024 at the Easter Vigil. I am 43 plus months sober today. I've also accomplished, or what I've accomplished during this incarceration is to effect both a recovery transformation and a spiritual transformation. This is my best defense against reoffending. Through the grace of God, through required programs that I've completed and the other programs that I am actively engaged in, as well as from the counselors and all the facilitators of these programs. And for my part, my consistency in adhering to my recovery and spiritual plans. Again, I've completed Tier 4, CCAR. I've graduated aftercare and smart recovery, but I'll continue to attend aftercare and smart recovery every week. AA meetings, the 2 of them, the Thursday night, Friday morning, as well as the Monday night meeting, tonight's meeting for NA. I also chair our AA step study that I started for the Tier 4 guys. I continue to do that even though I'm no longer in Tier 4. We do that every Wednesday. And then religious services. I helped start a Catholic choir on the compound since I've been here. I lead a rosary in our Catholic worship. I participate in the Bible study and the faith sharing group. Both of those were started since I've been here, so I've been doing those since they started. I do my own self-directed Bible study, and I earn my keep as a tierman both in 10B and in 6A. I'm the AM janitor. I just want to reflect on what a typical Monday looks like because that's today. The common thread is I journal all day. It's a key component of my recovery. I start out with, getting up about 5:45 in the morning. I go to breakfast, I make my bed, I do all some little things associated with my routine. I do prayer and reflections after that. I go to aftercare, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, I have Catholic choir practice. I do prayer after that, Catholic communion service at 1 o'clock, prayer after that, and then the NA speaker meeting tonight at 6:30, and then prayer after that. So it's a constant focus on reflection, on journaling, and prayer throughout the day because that helps keep me clean and sober and focused on my self-improvement. I want to highlight 7 lessons learned from the programs that I've taken. Number 1, accountability. Number 2, the importance of the little things. That's the basis of my daily routine. Number 3, attention to thinking errors and emotional awareness. That's huge for me. Number 4, comfortability leads to complacency. That's a key lesson that I've learned in this bid. Number 5, my recovery is not your recovery. Number 6, the importance of peer support groups like aftercare and smart recovery. These help reinforce those tier 4 principles that I learned. And number 7, making the changes here in the now, not waiting until I get out. Now, if I can fast forward to what I will do, the focus really is on right living. It's what I'm doing here and now. I focus on integrity. Those tier 4 rules, the compound rules, I follow each and every one of them on a daily basis. Maybe my bunk tray might be a little out of alignment, but I try to keep it as clean as possible. I just have a lot of recovery and spiritual materials up there. I live with an attitude of gratitude today. I have peace. I have joy. I am content with myself for the first time in my life. And that's a big thing because I haven't been or haven't felt that way since I was probably 12 or 13 and maybe even before that. I want a simple spiritual life. I want to help others. I want to support my community. I want to make living amends and give back something that I've learned in recovery, and I follow God's will today. My home city, I moved up there in August of 2017, is Manchester, New Hampshire. I would like to get back there. I was in sober living there. I was managing the sober house that I lived in, so I would like to get back to that at some point. I would like to get involved with recovery coaching. I completed CCAR. I would like to get the RCP certification as well, and be able to help people in recovery. That's helping others, being of service to others is crucial to my avoiding any type of relapse, helping others. Participate in the Catholic laity, both formation and volunteer. I love to volunteer, food pantries, things like that, prayer groups, and fulfill my legal obligations for both cases. I have outstanding probation obligations for my 4th OUI, the plea deal that I did for that. And then quickly, I have a release plan and relapse prevention plans that I've worked up. There's 7 principles in my release plan. Number 1, housing. Sober living being the focus of that. Number 2, a job, CCAR being the focus of that. Number 3, credit and finances. Number 4, my health, physical, emotional, and spiritual. Number 5, recovery and spiritual, getting to a meeting as soon as I can upon release, getting to church as soon as I can upon release, and then getting into that consistent routine. Number 6, setting and living by small, realistic goals. And number 7, again, addressing my legal scenarios, again, parole, probation, using parole and probation officers as resources for helping us, for getting my help, as well as, following all my stipulations. And then my relapse prevention plan, I have 7 areas of wellness there. This is a plan for right living, anchored on a spiritual foundation and driven by the continuity of setting and achieving realistic goals across the 7 areas of wellness, all in harmonious balance. So foundational is spiritual wellness, following the schedule and journaling. That's continuous improvement in my conscious contact with God. Pursuing alternative spiritual pathways, religious services, attending and participating and volunteering where necessary. Bible study and prayer formation, and I want to attend groups if they exist. If they do not exist, I would consider starting groups because those have been a huge help to me. Recovery, wellness, again, that's foundational as well. Again, following a schedule, daily routine, journaling, my activities. Connectedness to the recovery community is huge. For me, I'm an AA guy, I'm an alcoholic, that's my primary. No other choice. Excuse me, meetings, home group, getting a sponsor, working the steps. Literature and podcasts. I've learned on this incarceration that there's a ton of resources available to me that I didn't even know were available through podcasts. Working the steps, getting a sponsor, building out that support network, and I've started a support network. I have resources available to me in my home city, and service to others. Pursuing alternative recovery pathways. Again, getting a recovery coach, looking into other things beyond AA. I've learned also that through CCAR that AA is not the only avenue for recovery for me from a addiction perspective. So the Phoenix, peer support groups, and potentially starting groups if I need to. Continued treatment. LADAC counselor. I need continued alcohol counseling. Again, I've learned to appreciate the value of counseling, something I would never have even considered prior to this experience. And then problem sexual behavior counseling as well as problem sexual behavior peer support groups. I don't know what's available out there, but that's something that I want to jump into and pursue finding those upon my release if I am so blessed to get that. And then recreation and leisure is the 3rd area of that category. Hobbies, genealogy, puzzles, Sudoku, gardening. I love being outdoors. I love nature, outdoor activities, walking and hiking, fun activities. I've already done sober activities, but the Smart Recovery APG program on Friday mornings has reminded me and reinforced the value of sober activities, being able to have fun in sobriety. And then the last four areas are physical wellness, which again, I need to journal, healthy diet, fitness, sleep, healthcare. I have doctors lined up for myself out in my home area, my home city. Emotional wellness, this is huge for me. Healthy relationships, setting boundaries, not excuses. Again, this is critical for problem sexual behavior and, not being isolated and lonely. I can't engage in unhealthy relationships. I have to engage in healthy relationships. Therapy, counseling, again, late acting problem sexual behavior. Attitude management, awareness management, avoiding triggers, addiction triggers, whether that be for alcohol or for pornography, avoiding, certain TV programming. I don't even own the TV on this incarceration. I don't want to be exposed to those materials in any way going forward and in the present. And then avoiding comfortability and complacency. Again, a key tier four and aftercare lesson that I've learned. And the last three, personal daily management, financial wellness. So budgeting, checking and savings accounts, paying bills, investing, financial amends, credit repair. I had started all this while I was in new recovery. These things I just need to get back into and focus on maintaining that. Living accommodations, again, sober living is my goal in my home city, Manchester, New Hampshire, avoiding the people, places, and things. But then again, the healthy people and places and things are there. That's where my support network is. I don't have any family or friends pretty much left in Connecticut with the exception of one or two folks. They've all moved on from the state. And then lastly, my job in education. Again, CCAR, recovery coach is my target goal, getting that RCP certification and pursuing maybe a theology degree as well. I have a tremendous interest in, theology that I've developed while I've been incarcerated. So again, I thank you for the opportunity to share my remarks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Belcher. That was very informative about plans for release and what you learned while you were inside and such. So what we do here is we've read about your background, what's got you to this incarceration, what you've accomplished since you've been in, your interview with the parole officer. Based upon that, we have some questions that we want to ask. And then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
And we're going to start the questions this afternoon with Board Member Turner.
So, Mr. Belcher, that was quite a roadmap you've laid out there in terms of your work on yourself and your future aspirations. Can you tell me why alcohol became a problem for you in the first place?
I can.
Briefly.
Yes. No, I got you. So basically, I had identity issues as early as 12 or 13, not really feeling where I fit in. I was academically excelling, but I had some athletic ability. I just didn't know where I fit in. I can trace back to even before that.
Just wave your hands.
Yeah, okay. I can trace back even to before that, some of the spiritual illnesses that underlie even as an early child.
Cut to the chase, you were using alcohol to manage social situations and to
Absolutely.
increase your comfort level and among your peers?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, and then how soon after you started were you off to the races and it was a full-blown addiction?
Honestly, I would say probably right away. I mean, 13, 14, I was drinking. We took every opportunity that we could to drink. Once I had a car, I was able to get to more parties, get to more events. So I was drinking every weekend. By
so
senior
why do you
year,
think the multiple DUIs weren't a wake-up call for you?
That's a great question. I really don't know. There's a whole history of just not recognizing or owning or seeing, the underlying problem. I just did not recognize that alcohol was causing me problems. I just blamed it on the police officers. I thought I was driving just fine, that type of thing. So it's a brutal sickness. It's hard to see what is in front of you when it should be blatantly obvious to everyone around me. And everybody told me I had problems. I just didn't see it.
So the alcohol led to the pornography?
So yes, in 1999, I took a job. I was in New York City and I had the opportunity.
I'm going to stop here because
okay.
We have many people still to see today, and your opening statement was over 15 minutes. So I'm going to just focus you in on the questions that I have, because
Okay.
we need to keep this moving. And, you know, you say 1999, and that sounds like it's a lot to follow. So you indicated at one point that you didn't know or didn't recall downloading the child sexual abuse material.
Correct. So,
But you did indicate when you were interviewed by the Connection that you were looking at it. You knew
correct.
it was there. So you were you exchanging it with others?
No, so basically, I mentioned 1999 specifically because that's the first time I experienced that type of material. Not the illicit material, but just pornography in general. It was a job thing that I was working at. It was they were producing pornography at this particular place. And I was working in security with them. As far as the materials that I was exposed to, I wasn't recognizing that I was downloading that, but I did see those images, and and I was drinking while viewing pornography. That was a consistent pattern. I would get to drinking, maybe use a little drugs, maybe a little cocaine, and then I would be on the computer for hours looking at pornography, legal pornography. However, by 2014, I had started getting exposed to those illegal images. I rarely recall, because of the nature of my alcohol use, viewing them at the time that I viewed them. Oftentimes, I would wake up the next day and I would see those images on my device. So apparently, I had downloaded those in the evening before, and I would immediately delete those images. So that's really what my experience was like. That I was horrified by what I was looking at, or what I had seen, or what I had done.
The morally bankrupt comment that you made,
Yes.
what brought that about?
I don't know. I think really underlying spiritual sickness around my abuse of pornography, the consistent use of alcohol. My relationship was dead. My marriage had died years before, and we were just going through the motions. There was no communication. There was no intimacy in that marriage. No sexual relationship whatsoever. So the loneliness, the unhealthiness and the toxicity of that relationship,
Well,
definitely.
it's hard to know whether it was chicken or the egg, right?
Fair,
Okay.
fair, but
So you said you know your triggers. What are your triggers?
so triggers really look at just even the simple, like certain TV programs, certain commercials. Any attractive woman certainly leads to a thought, because again, I had no kind of healthy relationship at that point. So that trigger, that mindset is typically those types of images. So TV programs, certain movies, even commercials, that type of thing, are potential triggers for me. Circumstances, obviously, I can't be in a Hooters restaurant. I can't go to a casino. I wouldn't go there for the gambling side, but anyway, because that's a huge addiction risk for me. I know that, I'm aware of that. I don't gamble, but it's the potential risk. But that setting, any place, strip clubs, I can't go to those either, obviously. So those would be the triggers that I would be focused on avoiding those places.
Well, fortunately, you have to make a conscious effort to do any of that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I don't believe Hooters exists anymore.
That's probably true. But even in here, if I could add, like images are floating around the dorms, like I avoid those like the plague. I did not I get a television. I don't watch TV. I glance at sports. I glance at the news. I need to focus on, healthy exposure, what I'm exposed to. I need to control that.
So, Mr. Belcher, you describe your support system, and it's really all women in your support system, besides your recovery network. Have you talked with your daughters, with your mother about your crime, and what have you shared with them with respect to this incarceration?
I've spoken, my daughters are well aware they were living at home at the time when the police came to the home, so I did have a conversation with them. I've kept them informed about the history of this process. It took a number of years for this to materialize into this ultimate incarceration. I have spoken to my mother as well. Full disclosure, I have not told my sister, who's another big part of my support network. I felt more of a face-to-face conversation with her would be helpful. It's a very small circle of people who know, and it's primarily those family members. But I do have mail.
But you do have 10 years on the sex offender registry as part of your sentence.
I understand that.
So others will know.
Yes.
And what was the reaction of your daughters? I mean, you consider them in your support network, so they must have accepted what you were doing. And
Yes, I believe my daughters, I mean, I still need to make amends to them from a recovery perspective and for this, circumstance, but I believe they have accepted that. My mom has accepted that. I've been open and honest with them about it. So, yeah.
it's important because, like addiction and alcoholism, this kind of behavior thrives in secrecy. Obviously, that it thrives in denial, because that's why 3 DUIs, 4 DUIs didn't make a difference in changing your behavior and your thinking. You've done well this period of incarceration without any disciplinary reports, and you've completed some important programs, and also held a job there in the facility. So there's a lot of positivity that's emerging, and you will have, were you to be granted discretionary parole year and a half or so of supervision, and you'll have a lot of restrictions that you'll need to abide by, and that requires a certain amount of hypervigilance. Because if you violate, you will be brought back. You have 4 years of this sentence over your head. So, when you're on probation, if you violate, you could be made to serve those 4 years. That's how the system works.
I understand.
I was pleased to hear you describe your sentence as exceptionally fair. One of the things that we haven't touched on, and it doesn't appear that you've taken the Voices program, is the harm caused to the children who are forced to participate in the production of this degrading, exploitive material for the amusement of people such as yourself. What can you tell me about what you understand the harm is to the victims?
So, yeah, it's a great question. I always viewed, prior to this experience and prior to going through, the program that I went through for this specific offense, I kind of viewed this as a victimless crime, which clearly it is not. The images that I was exposed to were ones that were created years and years ago, so they were not new images to the best of my understanding, because those had been images that I had seen before, more often than not. But I understand.
I'm going to stop you there. Why does that matter? That they weren't new images?
It doesn't. My mindset at even being exposed to them at the time was not one of, again, it was more selfishness for me, not thinking about others, not thinking about the victims. But I understand through the program and what I learned from Councilor Winars that they are victims. And so I don't know how to make recourse for that other than to continue to go through counseling in the world.
Okay, I'm going to stop you again, because the question was, what about the harm to those forced into the production of this material?
I'm horrified by that. Like I said, I don't know what I can do about that other than to help with awareness and continue to learn and do whatever is possible.
Caused to the children forced into the production.
Right.
I mean, they're being exploited, victimized.
I understand.
And that victimization happens over and over with every person who sees the pornography, shares it, and those images last in perpetuity.
Right. They do.
So, but the production itself, you could assume that it was traumatic
I can,
for
yes.
these children, that it would alter their emotional and psychological development in a very negative way.
Absolutely.
And trauma and fear and shame, even though they weren't responsible.
Right.
Those are the things that I'm trying to get you to think about, because you didn't take the Voices program. So about the specific ways that these children are harmed, and how your consuming of the images perpetuates that harm.
I understand that. Yeah, and I have thought about it. I thought about it extensively during the program that I took, and I continue to, understand. I do recognize that. Like I said, I just don't understand. I don't know, and I'm hoping to learn if there's anything that I can do. It's just building awareness. It's the same thing with helping people through recovery. If there's peer support for this type of behavior, I want to be an advocate for those children, for the proper treatment for those children. I don't know how to give back what I've taken or by consuming those materials, but I want to learn what's available to me to be able to do that.
I have no more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Sazowski.
I have no questions. Thank you.
All right, we're all set, Mr. Belcher. Board Member Turner.
So Mr. Belcher had a lot to say today. He's taken us through this process that he's undertaken to rebuild himself, as he said in the very beginning. He's made some significant strides, taken the most important programs that we would have hoped. And has remained DR free, has some insights to work with, appears to have embraced recovery and spirituality. He knows his vulnerabilities. So it's time to, what's the expression? Just put the pedal to the metal to, just see what he in real life can manage under the watchful supervision of parole that will ensure that he complete problem sexual behavior treatment and will be monitored very closely. So.
Board Member Sazowski.
Yeah, I agree. I find it suitable today. Thank you.
So I had no alcohol, halfway house, private sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors, restriction on pornography, and enhanced internet device monitoring.
And halfway house.
Yep, have that. Anything else?
That's what I have.
So regarding Earl Belcher, 449914, I moved to grant parole on or after July 13, 2026 with the following stipulations. In addition to standard parole conditions, no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, restriction on pornography, and enhanced internet and device monitoring. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor will signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Belcher, you've been voted to parole and your conditions be explained to you prior to your release, okay?
I thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You all have a great day.
This now the hearing for Earl Belcher, case number 449914.
Mr. Grandy.
Good afternoon, sir. Can I have your name, please?
Michael Woodard.
Okay, give us 1 second. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Duncan. Today is Monday, July 13th, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Paul.
Nancy Turner,
Robert Sazowskis.
Also present this afternoon is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Michael Woodard, 308-584.
This is a rehearing being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Michael Woodard, 308-584. He's serving a total effective sentence of 8 years, execution suspended after 3 years, after 4 years with 3 years of probation to follow. For victim injury to child, criminal possession of firearm, ammo, defense weapon, illegal alteration of a firearm, and illegal sale, manufacturing, controlled drugs. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of September 7, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Since his last hearing, the offender has completed new thoughts, voices, and embracing fatherhood. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Woodard, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
First and foremost, I want to thank you for this opportunity. If it's possible, I would just like to read.
Sure. Go ahead.
This is my evaluation from Embracing Fatherhood, and I would just like to read what Counselor King wrote down. It says, Mr. Woodard successfully completed all sessions of the Embracing Fatherhood programming, maintaining perfect attendance throughout the duration of the course. He constantly arrived on time, prepared to participate and demonstrate a strong commitment to personal growth and accountability. During group discussions, Mr. Woodard actively engaged in conversations related to responsible parenting, effective communication, emotional regulation, co-parenting strategies, and the long-term impact of father involvement. He openly reflected on his childhood experiences, identifying both positive influence and areas where he felt his own father figures fell short. Mr. Woodard thoughtfully processed how those experiences have shaped his beliefs, behaviors, and parenting style. In sessions focused on breaking generational cycles, Mr. Woodard expressed a clear commitment to being emotional, present, and consistent in supporting his children's life. He shared personal examples of how he has begun implementing healthier communication strategies and more intentional quality time with his children. Mr. Woodard naturally stepped into a leadership role within the group. He frequently initiated discussions, encouraged quieter members to share and provide constructive feedback grounded in his own experiences. His willingness to be transparent created a safe and productive environment for others. They give you poor, fair, and good and excellent on like attendance and attendance productivity, attitude, and overall. I got excellent on each of these. I say that to say this. Have I made mistakes? Yes. I believe you're only judged on how you do after you make those mistakes. Last time I seen you guys, I was denied. Excuse my language, but I was pissed. I thought it was rightfully, I should have got it. But at the same time, when I got back, I'm kind of happy you guys did tell me to come back, because honestly, I wasn't ready. With certain programs that I took, it really have shown me better ways of not only being a father, not only being a spouse to my fiance, but just a better person overall. And I truly believe, not that I believe, I know I will be a better person if I'm given the chance to be granted parole.
All right, thank you, Mr. Woodard. You've been through the process before. You know that we've especially taken a look at what you've done since the last time you were here.
Yes, sir.
Then we're gonna talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
And honestly, we have that evaluation. I wanted you to read it because, you know, the controlling charge here is risk of injury.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And, you know, it's putting your kids in danger,
Yes.
you know? I think the last board and 2 of the 3 members of your last board are here. Right?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
And, you know, the thing is like, you know, when you put your kids in danger like that, it's important to take a look at what's going on.
Yes, sir.
And I appreciate your honesty with, you know, you were pissed off and you went back and you thought about it.
Yes, sir.
And you came around and you took programming. And, you know, obviously by that evaluation that you engaged in treatment. And, you know, I know that there is a gun charge here for possession of that and illegal sale of drugs that are here. And those are both, you know, offenses that are not good, but also in the presence of kids, it's like really not good. You know?
I understand. Yes, sir.
So you reflecting on what the program made you think about and what you want to do when you're released is really important. You know, you haven't received any additional disciplinary reports. You know, the one thing that was there was you were put in tier 2, I believe, twice. And then you didn't complete tier 2 twice because of lack of attendance. So can you talk about that for just a second?
Well, actually, the first time I was actually in tier 2, I was actually in tier 2 and embracing fatherhood at the same time. And I just really believe, well, I know for sure if it's only one of those programs I'll be able to take because tier 2 fell on the same days as embracing fatherhood. So I decided to remove myself out of tier 2 to actually complete embracing fatherhood. And I really believe that was a good thing for me with Councilor King said. The second time I was actually in tier 2, as you guys know, this is my first parole bid or prison term. I actually listened to other inmates saying because me being accepted for the halfway house, oh, so now you don't have to take tier 2. That was my stupidity, which I really am pissed, excuse my language, pissed that I actually listened to other people when it comes to my situation. And wholeheartedly, I apologize for that.
Okay. So that you didn't get a chance to take or complete tier 2, you know, and you haven't had any more DRs.
No, but I haven't had a DR, sir, in almost 2 years now.
The 2 DRs that you did have, 2 of the 3 that you had were for THC and intox on THC. Can you reflect, just in the absence of tier 2, can you reflect on your use and, you know, where you are with thoughts on that?
Well, as far as marijuana use, it's going on somewhat years since I had any type of marijuana in my system. Marijuana is so far in back of me. Not smoking any marijuana, not thinking about smoking any marijuana. My focus right now is just to get home and prove to my kids that, not only prove to them, but show them that I love them. I need them as much as they need me. My daughter, if I just might talk about it for a minute, my daughter came up and seen me, and she said, Daddy, you always say you love me, but you're in jail. How can you love me from jail? And that crushed me. Mainly because I go by a few things of love those that love you, protect those that love you, and do for those that will do for you. And with that being said, I guess to my daughter, by me being in jail, I didn't show her that I love her. So I just want that opportunity to get home and prove to her that she's the world to me. Marijuana is just something I'm not thinking about, won't be thinking about. My main focus is just my kids and just showing them what a loving father is supposed to do.
You know, and that's a really good insight. And just to think about it even a little bit further, right? Kids are watching, right?
Yes, they are.
So when the course of business in the house is marijuana and guns, when they grow up, what do they think is okay?
Well,
Marijuana and guns.
right? I wouldn't supposedly say that for the simple fact, my kids never ever seen me smoke marijuana. My kids have never seen any type of guns other than my son with probably a toy gun or being on or TV, something like that. I've never showed my kids that type of lifestyle. Just to answer that question.
But do they know why you're in jail?
Yes, they do. Well, at least my son is 3. He has really no clue about going on. My 8-year-old, she has autism, so she can't speak or nothing like that. But my 7-year-old, my Kev, she's a very outspoken young lady. So I give her to her raw. I let her know what Daddy did, and yeah, she knows. She knows.
Really important to take a look at, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
you have housing with your partner in Windsor Locks, right?
Yes.
And you said you'll look for employment when you're out.
Well, I already have employment lined up, but even though I will be working the warehouse job, my uncle, he has a few box trucks that he's going to be actually leaving me with because he's moving to Florida with my aunt. That's like where I really want to go towards with the box trucks. Even though as soon as I come home, yes, I'm going to be working, but I'm going to be also working to build that company up with the box trucks.
That's a good plan, right? All right. So I'm going to see if other board members have questions for you.
Okay.
Thank you for answering mine.
Thank you. Appreciate
I
you.
don't have any questions. Thank you.
Board Member Turner.
Yeah, so Mr. Woodard, it really concerns me that you didn't do the Tier 2 program, and you actually told the staff you didn't need it. And I think what you might be missing is that, there are different kinds of addiction. And if you don't think your drug use is a problem, I think that we might be dealing with some addiction to the lifestyle because you've been selling drugs most of your life. And so that's living a certain lifestyle that is a problem, obviously, because you're sitting here in prison, but it's also a problem for your community because you're making money off of people suffering with an addiction. So, there sometimes, the professionals there in the facility been doing this work for a while, they might know better than you. And they might understand things you don't yet know, like being addicted to a lifestyle. So, I commend you on completing the Embracing Fatherhood program, because you're going to need a lot of tools, in your toolbox when you go back out to your kids, who are going to have a lot of strong feelings about you being gone. But you, when you were out in the community, have you always lived with your kids?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And they have
Can I
three
just-
different, wait a minute, they have
actually-
3 different mothers?
Yes, I do.
Uh-huh, they do. So you acknowledged in the initial interview with Officer Williams that you were using weed daily. So I think, your kids might not see you lighting up, but they're smart and they know what you're doing, and you smell like what you're doing. And everything around you smells like what you're doing. So I don't think you can be naive about what they do and don't know, or what you think you've protected them from. And, you might say toy guns, but this situation was brought about because your child had a gun in a backpack at school.
My child,
Mm-hmm.
my child didn't have a gun at school.
The residential search found a loaded handgun in your child's backpack that was sitting on the kitchen floor. And I assume that's the backpack that they take to school.
No,
So-
can I just reflect on that, please? Actually, the gun was inside a backpack, but it was inside the trash. I know that's not.
No, it was on the
Good
kitchen
enough.
floor.
No, actually, it wasn't. It actually wasn't. The officers had me outside. They could not find nothing at all. They had me come inside, empty the trash on the floor, and give it to them. And another thing, as far as like my kids, I mean, you guys understandably, you know me what's on paper. And at the same time, never have I smelled like marijuana around my kids. Never have I smoked marijuana around my kids. But yeah, I understand exactly where you're coming from. It's a growing tool that I believe I have grown from. And it's something that I know is in the back of me. Like completely done with that. Just to sum up with.
Why was
what
it
you
a
said.
daily habit?
Why was it? To be honest with you, ma'am, I really don't know.
See, and if you had taken tier 2, you probably would know. Like,
Well,
let something, that was perhaps recreational become a daily activity out of some sort of either craving or need. And, maybe at some point you'll participate in a program so you can understand that better. Thank you for talking with me.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodard. We're all set. Mr. Woodard has used the time between his last hearing and this hearing to take additional programming. I am very glad that he took the fatherhood program and drilled down on some of that stuff and is reflected in what's there. The evaluation for the fatherhood program was solid, including taking a leadership role. He acknowledged that he wasn't ready last time, even though he was upset about the denial with the rehear. He has opportunities in the community for employment, and he has a partner in Windsor Locks that he has housing with. And I would support parole in this case. Board Member Suzastis?
Yeah, I agree, you know, I would have liked, to see him have completed that tier 2 program. I understand, he's explained, you know, why this happened. Made a commitment several times, say that he's done with, marijuana use. And, for me, that alone would not prohibit me from finding him suitable, so I agree, I find him suitable today.
Board Member Turk?
I find him, to have deserved, to have earned the opportunity for discretionary parole. Mr. Woodard, do you have a valid driver's license?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Like to see a no driving stip, since he has 5 convictions for driving on a suspended license.
Yeah, he was in the car too, when they stopped him at the house.
And the other thing that I didn't point out was, you know, he does have 16 convictions since 2003, but in the last 10 years, the strong bulk of them have been motor vehicle. You know, things are not like they were some years ago, but certainly with these new convictions, it's a wake-up call that he needs to not have in his possession the things that he did. So outside of no operation of motor vehicle, it's just standard parole conditions, right? Yes?
Yes.
All right, regarding Michael Woodard, 308-584, I move grant parole on or after July 13th, 2026, with the following conditions in addition to standard parole conditions: no operation of a motor vehicle without parole officer's permission. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Woodard, you've been voted parole and your conditions will be explained for your priority release, okay?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
This now concludes Michael Woodard, inmate number 308584. You're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can I have your name, please?
Aaron Collins,
Okay, give us 1 second.
excuse me?
Give us 1 second.
All right.
Okay, so that's jurisprudence.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley, and today is July 13th. This is a jurisprudence hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Present this afternoon are Chairperson Parole, Board Member Sazowskis and Board Member Turner. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Aaron Goins, 429290.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted because the board has received information regarding past conduct, which may require participation in a behavioral management program for problem sexual behavior.
Because the information we are going to discuss involves confidential information, I move that we go into executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will go into executive session.
Okay.
Could you ask the officer to step in for a moment?
Okay. David.
Hi.
Totally fine.
Hi, officer. The board would like to speak to Mr. Goins. We're gonna have you disconnect from the live stream, so we're gonna hang up this call. I'm gonna send you a new call in just a moment, and when that pops up, you can press accept.
Okay.
And Mr. Goins can have a seat back in the room.
Goins?
Oh, wait. Here was the. Where'd it go? Is this right? Let me see. Did it go this way?
You're in the right place, officer.
Oh, I couldn't tell if I need, because it says switch to attendee view or switch to presenter.
Does
So
it say
can you,
does it say you're in attendee view, switch to presenter?
it says switch to attendee view now.
Then you're in the right view.
Okay. You want him to come back?
Yes, he can come back in the room.
Okay.
We are back in regular session. Mr. Goins, after reviewing all of the information available in your testimony today, the board has determined that further evaluation for treatment for problem sexual behavior will not be required prior to your discretionary parole hearing, and that hearing will be scheduled when all other statutory required documents have been made available to the board for review. I move that an evaluation not be required. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. A problem sexual behavior evaluation will not be required.
This concludes the jurisprudence hearing of Mr. Goins, inmate number 429290. Mr. Goins, do you understand?
I'm trying to understand what's going on.
So very, very simply, based upon the testimony, what you said today and our evaluation of the documents provided, we are not requiring an evaluation be done prior to your hearing. Okay, so that's what we needed to ask about and understand. We've come to a determination of that, okay? So you're going to go forward just like any other regular parole hearing,
Okay.
right? At a later date. Thank you.
All right.
Great, you're all set. Can you have the officer come in, please?
All right.
You have this one. Or you
Yeah.
want-
No, I have it. Yeah, you know. Thank you. Do I? I do it? It's okay.
No, that's good.
Okay.
All right, so we're gonna need Mr. Powell, and what's gonna be the same process as this last one that we just did.
Okay.
But we're just, you'll have to wait until the technician comes back in and tells you to do all the things.
Okay, are you done with going still?
Yes, so we'll take Mr. Powell now.
So he can leave because he's sitting there. He thinks he
No,
has to
he's all
come.
set. He's all
Okay.
set.
Okay.
No, they can't do all that. Powell's, I gotta come back. No, no, it's not. But take your trash with y'all.
Good evening.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunphy, and today is July 13th. This is a jurisprudence hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. Present this afternoon are Chairperson Pohl, Board Member Sazowskis, and Board Member Turner. Sir, please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Darius Powell, 208877.
Thank you. This hearing is being conducted because the board has received information regarding past conduct which may require participation in a behavioral management program for sexual behavior, for problem sexual behavior.
Because the information we're going to discuss involves confidential information, I move that we go into executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will be in executive session.
Can you go get the officer, please?
Yes, ma'am.
We're gonna do the same thing. I'm just gonna hang this up and then send you the new call.
Okay,
Thank you.
no problem.
Give me a voice.
And then you can just make sure it says you're in presenter view.
Yep.
And then you should be good.
Okay. That.
We are back on the record. In the matter of Darius Powell, I move that the board require an assessment of pathosexual behavior prior to the scheduling of the discretionary parole hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the pathosexual behavior evaluation is ordered. Mr. Powell, after reviewing all of the information available in your testimony today, the board has determined that an evaluation for treatment of pathosexual behavior will be required prior to scheduling of your discretionary parole hearing. That hearing, the board may decide to order your participation in treatment and compliance with any related clinical recommendations regarding that treatment as a condition of your release. You may also be assigned to the special management unit for supervision. So the evaluation will occur, and then after that, the discretionary parole hearing will happen when it is supposed to come up. Okay?
I'm a bit confused. You said I'm gonna be assigned to what now?
No, I said maybe, right? It's a precursor to the evaluation. The board needs to take a look at the evaluation that comes back and such. Okay? There's nothing that's definite about your parole or your conditions based upon this, other than in order to have your discretionary parole hearing, you're going to need to take the evaluation for treatment for pathosexual behavior. Okay?
Yeah, but I don't have a problem with sexual behavior.
They're gonna ask you the questions. You're gonna meet with someone, they're gonna ask you those questions, you explain that to them.
Okay, all right. Yes, sir.
So, that's all this is.
All right.
Thank you.
Yep.
This concludes the jury hearing for Mr. Powell, inmate number 208877. I'm sorry, can I have your name, please?
James Knight,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, July 13th, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutory required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Pohl.
Nancy Turner.
Robert Sadowskis.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
James Knight, 419912.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for James Knight, inmate number 419912. He is serving a total effective sentence of 3 years flat for larceny of a motor vehicle first. Excuse me. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of July 17, 2026. There is no victim in the case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender has been reviewed and shows the offender has not completed any programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative effective risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Knight, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
So I understand everything I did wrong with the motor vehicle thing. The situation that happened was I was at my mother's house. I understand that I should have just mind my business. I heard my sister and her boyfriend arguing. I took it upon myself to go down there and help my sister, you know, just being like family. I really don't know why I did it, but I went down there and tried to help my sister. I noticed he was intoxicated, told him to come outside, just leave the house. He didn't want to leave. When I went outside, I noticed that his car was open. I took it upon myself to get in his car and drive off. I know I should have never did it. And yeah, I learned my lesson. And 3 years of my life going again. And I could have been home with my mom. I could have been home with my kids. My mom is getting sick. My kids are getting older. I'm just wasting time in jail. And I know it's just all for a simple mistake.
All right, Mr. Knight. So what we're going to do here is we took a look at your history, why you're here, what you've accomplished since you've been inside, your interview with a parole officer. And based upon that, we have questions for you.
Okay.
Then we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Okay. So the first couple for me, so you have not taken any programming since you've been in?
So I applied, but since I keep getting moved, because I did most of my time in Cheshire.
Yeah.
I applied in Cheshire. They told me I was on a waiting list. I went to Walker. I was only in Walker for a week. Then I got moved again and I came here. So I just reapplied. They told me I'm on a waiting list and all I can do is wait now.
Okay, but you haven't taken any programming?
Not at all.
So, and then the other thing that kind of sticks out like a sore thumb is your DRs.
Yes.
Can you talk to those?
Okay, so the first one is safety and security. I know in Cheshire, it was like I double read. So I wasn't supposed to double rec. Top tier come out, bottom tier come out. I stayed out for both recs. The CO came to me and made it like kind of per me. Since you double rec, I don't want you to be out. Like, you know, like she didn't call a lieutenant. She didn't do none of that. Like they could have gave me a little warning or a little ticket or something. She never did that, none of that. So I came out. I wasn't supposed to come out, but I came out again. And she went in my cell, damaged a lot of my property. I was upset about that. When I looked in the corner, it was a walkie-talkie. She left her walkie-talkie in the cell. And personally, she was supposed to have that secured on her head. That was not my fault. That was her fault. So I seen the walkie-talkie, took it upon myself out of anger, and I smashed it. I wasn't supposed to do that, but you know, out of anger, I see my property damaged. She left her stuff in my cell. I took it upon myself to do that.
Okay, so that was October, right?
October, yes.
Okay. So what I'm talking about is June 29th and June 30th.
June 29th. Can you let me know? Like,
we have another interfering with safety security and a contraband, right?
Oh, okay. So that was, yeah, a week ago. I had a phone call with my mom. That's what happened. I had a phone call with my mom. My mom she went to Arkansas for tractor trailer school. She ended up failing 3 of her tests. She just quit her job at UConn. Everything's not working out well. My mom lost her apartment. I had a disturbing phone call. So I was sitting there, put my head down. I ate 3 melatonins, and I guess I guess to them, I looked at intoxicated, but I don't do no drugs. I took a urine test. I peed clean. I did all that, and they still hit me with a safety and security. So supposedly, I messed up his daily routines, or I don't know. I don't really know. I kind of like, and then the contraband. I guess I had a note that had something about K2 on it, but I never got caught with K2. I don't deal with none of that stuff, like, at all.
So to know the information that they had from your cell was how to manufacture K2.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I got that from a peer, and I kept it in my drawings. I don't know why, but I never took any attempts to make any K2, none of that. Never did. I never will.
You know how these things look, right?
I understand.
Yeah.
Yes.
So your 100% date is not until November 27th.
Say it again.
Your 100% date is not until November of 27.
Okay, that's what, EOS?
Yes. So there is another year and 3 months, 4 months before your end of sentence. And you don't have any programming that's done. And certainly there's, with the DRs that have happened and things like that, it's like trying to think a little better and do some things with that is kind of important. And, one of the things that, although there isn't any scientific whatever, however, the thing is like if you're continuing to get disciplinary reports inside,
yes.
What does that look for misconducts on the outside?
I understand.
So that's something that you really need to think about, right?
Truthfully, I thought about that a lot, and I got a good support system. Like my friends, my mom. One of my friends he went to school for nets. He got his own box truck, 18-wheeler. Like when I come home, I got a guaranteed job. He's gonna be helping. He's gonna be letting me unload his truck, things like that. Like I got a guaranteed job that's gonna pay me well. I'm just trying to get back to my family, man. My kids. I'm wasting too much time. I'm getting older. It's kind of like I'm around too much immature people now that I see. Like, I'm about to be 30, man. I'll definitely learn my lesson. This is not for me. I cry every day. I go to sleep. This is not for me, man.
But what we're here for is to look at suitability for parole, right? And what that means is that we have to be relatively assured that if we release you, you're going to abide by the laws and, and the rules of parole and things like that, right? And when we see things that look like, the disciplinary reports that we talked about today, that's an important thing to look at. It's something's got to happen that looks like change, right? So I want to see if any other board members have questions for you. Board members, Dustin?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Board member Turner?
Yep.
So we're done with questions. We're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
So Mr. Knight is 26 years old and is just made a series of bad decisions. And he's had no programming. He has a flat sentence, and I think that eventually, if he can comply, that supervision might be something that could be helpful to to him, but it's certainly not today. I would like to see him take programming, and I'd like to see him not get any further disciplinary reports. And then come back to us at a later date to see if he's able to do those things and show us some kind of change.
Right. That there are certain factors that are very concerning, scoring very high for his risk to reoffend. He's
Right.
already on probation for robbery and the deadly weapon offender registry, and then he makes this poor choice out of anger.
Yeah.
So I think in addition to what limited programming he has on his OAP, encourage him to write and ask for anger management. Maybe he needs to study the inmate handbook a little more closely. Find something to occupy his time so that he isn't getting DRs. I would be willing to rehear him in April.
Board Member Staskis?
Yeah, I also made a lot of notes here about anger. He says that he smashed his radio out of anger. I mean, this wasn't that long ago, in October, I think, right?
Yeah.
So anger management, new thoughts, those kinds of programs definitely needed, I know we can't really stipulate that, but I'm hoping he's listening to what we're saying.
Yeah, and we've heard from many people today from this very facility who've taken fatherhood programs.
Yep.
So, he's got 2 6-year-olds that, he's going to come out and need to integrate into their lives.
If he's got a flat sentence and for that reason,
And no sponsor.
yeah, and so for those
So
reasons,
perhaps alone.
I would be willing to rehear him in April. To give him a chance to see if he can get by with no DRs and do a couple programs.
Okay. And so inadequate institutional program participation for institutional adjustment. Current offense committed on probation.
Sure.
Okay. So regarding James Knight, 419912, I move to deny parole today based upon inadequate institutional program participation, poor institutional adjustment, and current offense committed while on probation. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Parole is denied for today. Mr. Knight, we are going to rehear your case in April, which would give you 6 months, about 6 months out on parole. And
Next year?
Yes. And it would give you the opportunity to, have halfway house if you connect with the programming. I think you heard us. We can't stipulate you to specific programming, but we'd really encourage you to look at new thoughts and anger management. And, and again, Board Member Turner talked about the fatherhood program that's there in the facility. And those things we think will help set you up for success in the community. But that's, and you need to really make sure that you don't get any further disciplinary reports. Okay?
I understand.
All right. And we'll see you again in April. All right?
This now concludes the hearing for James Knight, inmate number 419912. Good afternoon, sir. Can I have your name, please?
My name is Aaron Davis.
All right, Mr. Davis, give us 1 second, okay? Just taking a quick break. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, July 13, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon by stating their names on the record, certifying they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Fall.
Nancy Turner.
Robert Sazowski.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Aaron Davis, 391545.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Aaron Davis, inmate number 391545. He is serving a total effective sentence of 20 years, execution suspended after 5 years, followed by 15 years of probation for sexual assault setting. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of October 19, 2026. There is no victim in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the problem sexual behavior short track, chronic discipline, domestic violence, and anger management. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender falls within the high range of risk of recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Davis, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
How you doing? First and foremost, I would like to take full responsibility for my actions that led to my incarceration. I did not make excuses for the choices I made. I understand that my decisions caused harm and disappointment, and for that, I deeply apologize. I accept the consequences of my actions, and I have used this time to reflect seriously on the man I was and the man I want to become. During my incarceration, I spent a great deal of time examining my mindset, my influences, and poor judgment that led me here. I understand now that my action not only affected me, but my family, my community, and the victim that involved. I regret the pain that I caused, and I regret something I carry with me every day as a motivation to change. While incarcerated, I had the chance to had my share of obstacles, which led to poor institutional adjustment that I'm not proud of. Due to my charges, which are frowned upon, I was targeted, so that was a little better for me to survive and maintain stable living. But I'm not going to allow that situation to be exclusive. However, in this environment, it's easy to get consumed by negativity. Through scrutiny, I worked on bettering myself mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. I've taken advantage of every opportunity available to improve who I am. In addition, I completed all my programs that were assigned to me, such as anger management, domestic violence, and PSB. I have focused on disciplines, patience, and accountability. This experience has humbled me and forced me to grow in ways I should have before. If granted parole, I am committed by living a law-abiding, productive life and have a strong support system waiting for me, including my family, who are prepared to provide stable housing and guidance. My goal is to secure steady employment, rebuild trust with my loved ones, and contribute positively to society. I want to be an example of growth and redemption, not repeating mistakes. I understand that parole is a privilege, not a right, and I'm asking for a chance to prove that I have changed. I also am prepared to follow the conditions and supervision and work every day to demonstrate that this opportunity is not misplaced. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. And what we're going to do is take a look at your background, what you've done since you've been incarcerated, your interview with the parole officer. Based upon that information, we have questions for you to arrive at your suitability for parole. And we're going to take turns asking those questions, and then we're going to talk about your case and your decision, okay? And we're going to start the questions this afternoon with Board Member Suzowski.
Okay, good afternoon, sir. Thank you for your opening statement. Can you tell us what you've learned about yourself during this period of incarceration?
Throughout this period of incarceration, at the beginning of it, I was more like ashamed of making decisions I had made. So with due patience and this being a situation that, concurred where I felt like I was putting the blame on not taking accountability for my actions. I always was playing like the blame game. So throughout this process, it really allowed me to self-rehabilitate myself and basically rehabilitate and figure out what was the issues that was causing my problems of me getting in trouble in the streets. So now I realize that, me not being patient, not taking constructive criticism, not abiding by the rules and not following things that I'm supposed to maintain so I can be able to, stay free. So with being that time, I just start reading certain literature and start educating my mind to do better things and change my ways.
Okay. Alrighty. So regarding the sexual assault, let's talk about that. Did the victim tell you to stop and then say no during the encounter?
No, not at all.
Okay. Because you say you take full accountability, responsibility. I heard a lot of good things from you in your opening statement. Right. In a police report, and you said you regret the pain that you've caused. I heard a lot of good things from your opening statement, but it does say in the documents that I am looking at She told him several times not to do that, no. Well, and, you know, several times, there's different ways throughout this description, according to my documents, but you're stating that that never happened.
No, not at all. That's why I was under scrutiny. I thought it was consensual at the time, and after that, it wasn't.
Okay, so when you say you accept responsibility, explain to me what you're accepting responsibility for. Like, what do you think you did wrong?
Wrong, because I shouldn't have been talking to her in the first place. That's the main thing. And at that time, I was going through my own personal situation with a relationship that I was having my own troubles in. So basically, me reaching out to somebody else and talking to somebody, I shouldn't even had that predicament. I should never. And that's why I said I take responsibility. So basically, I should never have been involved or even talking to that person.
Yeah, I agree. It's complicating your already difficult situations, right? Didn't help in anything.
Right.
By adding another person into, you know, you were already in, it sounds like a difficult situation.
Right.
What about the fact of her age? Should you verify it, or, you know, do you think that?
At first, I thought she was over the limit, and then after I find out, I felt more like, you know, disgusted within myself. And then after that, I was just, I didn't know how to feel. I talked to after the person called my phone. I was like, I'm in shock. And then after that, I just didn't know what happened. And I got arrested the police. I went to go turn myself in, and then I was in there. I found out everything.
Whose job do you think it is to know the person's age, regardless of what she says? I mean,
I think that's why I said I think I could have did a better job of understanding and trying to find out, but I just took word of mouth instead of investigating or finding out myself.
Okay, right, because you know how old you are for sure.
Yes.
So you have to figure out if the other person is old enough to be involved in what you're doing. You know what I mean? That's on you. That's on you to figure out, not the other person to make sure. You know what I mean? So they can tell you anything that doesn't absolve you of the consequences if they tell you a different age. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. Why, after this happened, did you tell the police that you brought the victim to a party and then dropped her off, and then that was the last time you saw her? It sounds like initially you gave a different version of what took place.
No, because that was going to be the plan at first, and then that never happened.
But you told them it did, right?
Yes.
So if you didn't do anything wrong, you didn't know how old she is, why would you tell them that story? Why would you tell them that?
At that time, I was just distraught by the situation. I was already upset. Once I already got found out that situation, I just went along with it, what I said.
Okay.
Which was completely wrong.
Okay. I'm glad that you can, you know, you're able to have some insight into recognizing some of the places you went wrong throughout all this. You know what I mean? I think that's good on your behalf to be able, you know, to be able to recognize, you know, it's my job to find out how old she is. When the police started questioning me, it was already done. There was nothing you're going to be able to do about it at that point. Right. Making up these other stories, it just made the whole situation worse. You know what I mean? It's just compounding the problems, you know? Okay, let's talk about the disciplinary reports. During your opening statement, and I think I heard you say it again while I was talking to you, you described some of your disciplinary reports as being, you know, you felt like you were being targeted, or because of your charge, they may have come about.
Yes.
But you have a lot of disciplinary reports, and I don't think they're all, you know, related to that. Like the last ones were in October, and it sounds like it was for intoxication and then contraband.
Yes.
What happened on those ones?
I was drinking at that time, and I was just going through a stressful phase, and I ended up getting the call. I wasn't intoxicated, but they gave that to me at that time, and I just owned up to it, and I just, you know, took self-evaluation of me messing up, and I just accepted it against my consequences.
Okay.
Not that I was proud of it, but, you know, I made a mistake, and I, you know, in DOC, they don't want you to drinking and understand. They don't want none of that contraband, and I made a mistake about that.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you're able to recognize that that was not, those particular disciplinary reports were not a result necessarily of your charges and things. You said you were going under some stress at that time. What was going on with you at that time?
It was more of a family. I was going through. My brother was going. I had a lot of sibling things with my family, and at the time, my mental wasn't. I was stressed out. It was just a lot of things going on. I lost a picture of my grandfather due to his death, and it was just backlash, and I went about it the wrong way.
Sorry to hear about your grandfather. I know it's not easy to deal, especially in your situation.
Right.
My condolences to you. Now, you completed the problem sexual behavior treatment program, right?
Yes.
So that's pretty good. Can you tell us what you learned in that program?
In that program, I learned a lot about myself, mainly basically making impulsive decisions, financial support, not helping my partner that caused me to come here, drug substances and alcohol substance, and mainly basically, like you said, if it's not up to the victim to state her information, even if she gave me the wrong thing or the wrong age, it's up to me, like you said, to do my investigation, know the people I'm around, stay with a positive group, remove the negativity that I can, and just try to just make sure that this doesn't happen again in the future.
How do you think you've changed the most since you've been in prison?
I think I changed the most with I'm a lot more humbler in my situation, where the aggression that I used to have or being so defensive about this situation has calmed me down, because it's a situation where it's frowned upon, and I have to take ownership on my mistakes or how I moved in the situation in the streets, and put myself in a predicament where if I would have avoided that, I wouldn't be in jail.
Yeah. I read something about you being self-employed delivering auto parts when you came to prison, and that's something that you want to maybe do again when you get out. Was that a job where you were paying taxes, or were they paying you cash? How did that work?
I was working for a trucking company out of Meriden, and we was delivering airplane parts, and we was getting paid 1099, so I was getting checked. I wasn't getting cash. And basically, I was doing that before I started my CDL. I was supposed to be, before I got incarcerated, I was going to start my CDLs to go to get my CDL license. So I was just doing the box trucking before I go get my CDL and start doing the commercial driving.
And you want to do that again because you have experience in that field?
Yes.
All right, sir. Thank you for answering my questions, and see what my colleagues have to say. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Board Member Turner.
Thank you.
Mr. Davis, as part of your sentence, you have 10 years on the state's sex offender registry. And you also have a standing criminal protective order against you until the year 2099.
Right.
You said you thought it helped you identify high risks. You said one of your high risks is people talking.
Right.
I assume you mean in reference to your conviction?
Yes. So basically, yes, basically, people judging me upon a mistake that I made and thinking that in the future that I want to keep repeating that same mistake.
Okay, it was a crime, sir.
Right.
And, because of the registry issue, people will have access to that information. How are you going to cope? Because you can't fight them all.
No, I'm not fighting at all. Just people are entitled to their opinion. As long as I'm just going to stay my straight and narrow, work and take care of my family, do what I have to do for myself and maintain it. The noise outside, it's easier for me to walk away from than here in a consumed environment where negativity doesn't go nowhere. I'm in a block where people get so quick to judge you and go point the finger and come to your cell and then try to threaten you, put you in a threatened environment where I can't walk away from. Well, in the world, if that happens, I can walk away from it and just get in my car and drive to my house.
So you said another high risk is females still feeling that they can throw themselves at you.
Yes, I don't want to have to go in that decision where, you know, either if a female sees me and she's lying to our age, I do more than like I said before, is, you know, investigate, you know, figure out what's going on, the age, if that's the legal limit. I don't want to have to go that, I don't have to go that route again.
Well, what are your efforts that you're going to undertake to address your hypersexuality?
What do you mean by that?
It's in the evaluation. He shared awareness that he would benefit from being faithful in his relationships, avoid clubs, make efforts to maintain a sobriety. All of this is to address your hypersexuality.
Yes, so basically, like, you know, I stay within the committed relationship once I get to that point and, you know, just focus on my family and the ones that been committed towards me. I'm not really worried about my social life or worried about clubs. I've been in jail almost 5.5 years, going on 6 years. So, you know, I'm not in competition with nobody but myself, and to make sure that I take care of me financially. So that's my main focus, to get back to what I need to be able to do.
And, you know, at some point at 33, you know, you outgrow the meaningless sexual encounters, you know, for something that actually is meaningful.
Right.
You know, do you know what the word minimize means?
Excuse me?
Minimize?
Yes.
Okay. Because I kind of saw that in a couple of places in the documents that I was reading. You said this was a one-time thing versus, but, you know, but you had been in contact with this victim over social media for a while.
No,
and if she was 14, 15, you know, it's not out of the ordinary for her to think that you're building a relationship with the ongoing contact and communication.
No,
So,
it wasn't
you know,
more,
you said she imagined that it was a relationship, but for you, it was a one-time thing.
right. I only met her one time. I never seen her only once. I never and died with her more than once. I only talked to her on social media through scrutiny of seeing her for what I was posting. That's the only thing I would talk to her, or she'll comment on, you know, my basketball or football situation I was putting up there or posting. Other than that, I only met her one time. I never met her before that.
Well, but meeting isn't nowadays the basis of a relationship. It's the communication. It's all the social media. It's the messaging, etc. So, when you picked her up from her house, what was your plan?
Yeah, I mean, my plan. I thought we were just going to, you know, hang out with each other. We was drinking a little bit, and that was it. It wasn't nothing more than that. If it got to that point, it got to that, but I wasn't going to force it on that.
Well, it was a snowy evening, and this was a basement of a house. Was the house abandoned?
No.
Okay, the next door neighbor in the duplex was watching your car and reporting to the police because that house was unoccupied. So there was some concern about what you were doing over there.
No.
And then, so this, what turns out to be child, was, you know, in this house with you alone. And, you know, when you started making advances on her and she tried to discourage it, I mean, do you imagine that she was afraid?
No, this is first of all, I never, my house that I parked there because of I couldn't park on the street. So there was a abandoned house next door. I was at my house, and it wasn't never no advances to the point where we were just drinking, and then I was never told nothing, not to do anything or nothing. That's why I thought everything was consensual.
But if it was consensual, why would she have reported it?
I had no clue at that time.
She, you know, the documentation indicates that she asked you not to. And I would imagine she felt like she was in a powerless situation because, you know, she's in this house, doesn't really know where she is, and is alone with you, and you haven't taken the Voices program. What do you think the impact on a victim of sexual assault is?
Victim, I don't know how she would feel, because I know that situation could have been bad, and Voices, they don't have that anymore in jail. They changed it to something called New Thoughts.
No, Voices is in every facility, and New Thoughts is a separate program of its own, and you do have New Thoughts on your OAP. But
I never was told that.
When you were evaluated by the Connection and you were asked about when you know, how you know when someone wants to have sex, you says when they have a conversation. And that really stood out for me because you had a conversation with this young woman and she was saying no, but you didn't listen.
According to that, that's what I said. I was never told no at that time. I would never have endured it, but I'm telling you, like I said, I made my mistake by enduring to keep going, and I made a mistake for it. I'm taking responsibility.
So you had intercourse with this 14-year-old without a condom. You were willing to impregnate this person that you met just that night?
No.
But you didn't do anything to prevent?
I wasn't impregnating her at all.
You very well could have, because you had intercourse with her.
Right.
And that's how women become pregnant. But you didn't wear a condom. So she very well could have become pregnant. And you apparently were okay with that possibility because you didn't do anything to prevent it. Is that the case with all the women that throw themselves at you?
No.
Okay. And you have no children as of now?
No, I do not.
That you know of, or, okay.
No, I don't have any children at all.
So there was alcohol involved in this, and you've had alcohol there in the facility, and your intox ticket was actually Suboxone, and your urine tested positive for that. So I'm not really sure that it was accurate what you said to my colleague.
Yeah,
You have addiction services on your OAP, and I think that would be an important program for your rehabilitation.
Say it again?
You have addiction services on your OAP, and I think that would be an important program for your rehabilitation.
Oh, I'm in AA right now as we speak.
Okay, but that's different than tier 2 or tier 4.
Right.
Those are voluntary meetings for recovery.
Right.
Do you think alcohol is a problem for you?
No, it's not. I just feel like at the time I was just drinking it because of, going to the party phase, but I don't think it's.
Were you giving the victim alcohol at the time too?
It was on her own despite if she wanted somebody to give.
You provided it. Okay. So, all right. Did you learn about grooming in your problem sexual behavior treatment program?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no more questions.
Thank you. So, Mr. Davis, we're all set with questions. We're going to talk about your case and give you a decision. Board Member Sylvester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Mr. Davis is here for the sexual assault second. The victim between 13 and 15, and the perpetrator being more than 3 years older. When he gave his opening statement and throughout the period of my questioning, I did hear some good things from him. He said, I take full responsibility, I accept the consequences of my actions. I regret the pain that I caused. He's taken advantage of the opportunities while he's been incarcerated to be a better person. And he's committed to being a law-abiding, productive person. He's asking for a chance to prove himself that he's changed. But that's why he should be granted parole. he rates high for the recidivate. He has completed a sex offender program, and it looks like he's had a job as a chairman in facility. He says today that he's been participating in AA meetings. I didn't have a record of that prior to this, but I take him for his word on that. I do see he's on the waiting list for some other programs that he hasn't completed yet that we talked about. He was on probation when this took place, so that concerns me. And he's been successful twice on supervision and has failed 4 times. So that's another area that I'm concerned about. And then the disciplinary reports, he started by saying, some of the disciplinary reports are related to his charges. I understand that. And, talked about the people in the facility, but, when you look at the most recent ones, it had to do with substance abuse. So he hasn't completed an addiction services program. Something that we did not mention was that he picked up another conviction while he's been in jail. He picked up a conviction for possession of a controlled substance related to one of his disciplinary reports. So it looks like he got an unconditional discharge when he went to court, but none of that is good. He said he wants to maintain his sobriety when in the community, when he was talking to my colleagues, but he hasn't been able to do that while incarcerated, So, based on everything I heard, although I did hear him say some good things, and I think he, understands the changes he needs to make. But for today, I do not find him suitable for release on parole.
Board Member Turner.
Just a couple of things to add to what you said, Mr. Savauskas. In terms of the age difference, he was 27.
Yeah.
Not just, 17. And the 4 failures on supervision were all probation. And here we have the new probation sentence, which is kind of remarkable. The recent DRs are very concerning. I'm not sure, that they were part of the setup that he alleges, but 16 is a tremendous number of DRs to see somebody accumulate. And he doesn't get told the PO he doesn't need a relapse prevention plan, but I question that.
Mm-hmm.
He said he takes full responsibility, but he still very much denies different aspects of the crime and wasn't able to, I think, really explain why he would choose to lie to the police. So I don't find him suitable today.
All right. And so we're looking for him to take a tier program.
Get some more insight.
Any other positive programming? Disciplinary report free in CM1?
What do you guys think?
October of 2027.
It's fine by me. I think we have to put addiction services instead of a tier program, so they can kind of decide what he needs.
Yeah. And I have inadequate institutional program participation for institutional adjustment, inadequate evidence of under change in nature and circumstance.
Sounds great.
Yeah, that's fine by me.
Okay. So regarding Aaron Davis, 391545, I move to deny parole today based upon nature and circumstance of the current offense, inadequate institutional program participation, or institutional adjustment, and adequate evidence of offender change. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Parole is denied today. Mr. Davis, we're going to rehear you in October of 2027. We want you to take an addiction services program. We cannot stipulate the specific programs, but we would be interested in you seeking to take a voices program, which deals with victims, and any other positive programming that you can take, and remain disciplinary report free. So don't get any more disciplinary reports. You haven't had one since October. That's a good thing. But we want you to keep up that work. And then your end of sentence isn't until April of 2029. If we see you in October of next year, that gives you a couple years worth of opportunity in the community if you can continue to do these programs and take care of business in there, okay?
Okay.
All right, you have a good day.
You too, thank you.
This now concludes the hearing for Aaron Davis, inmate number 391545.
Just
Good afternoon, sir. Can I have your name, please?
Jake Branch.
Okay, give us 1 second. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, July 13, 2026, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Appeals. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Polk.
Nancy Turner.
Robert Sazowskis.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jake Branch, 321-602.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Jake Branch, inmate number 321602. He is serving a total effective sentence of 15 years to serve, followed by 10 years special parole for sex assault 1 and illegal sexual contact. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of September 17, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. If there is an offender accountability plan, it has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Problem Sexual Behavior Track 1, and he's currently participating in Voices. Utilizing statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range for recidivism. Utilizing the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Branch, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
It's been a long time. First and foremost, I definitely have come to terms with accepting my responsibility, what I've done. It took me a long time to do that at first because the beginning parts of it was just all about making excuses of why I was involved in what I was involved in, mainly because of drugs and different things. But after a while, I realized the biggest problem I had was myself. I wasn't allowing myself for support. This is the second time that I was incarcerated for this. And I think the main problem that I was having is that I didn't take serious my treatment. I didn't take treatment serious the way I was supposed to before. And it took a long time for me to do that. And now I'm just at a much different place than I was before. I've completed a couple of programs since I've been in here. I've done a couple of things with myself, schooling wise. Like at this point, I'm ready to get home and work on some other things. Probably a little bit of therapy for help, continuing my treatment and program. Work, stuff that I've never done. Like I just didn't take life serious at all. I'm just at a different point in my life right now.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Branch. And what we have is that we took a look at your background, what you've done since you've been in, your interview with the parole officer, the evaluations from programs. And based upon that, we have some questions to get to your suitability for parole. Once we ask those questions, we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Okay.
And the questions this afternoon, we'll start with Board Member Turk.
Good afternoon, Mr. Branch.
Good afternoon.
So I have that you did the track 1 of the problem sexual behavior. What other programs have you done?
I've done Voices, Fatherhood Program, and did ADP at one point. Those were just, most of those were voluntary programs, except for Voices and the track 1.
And that's this incarceration?
Yes.
Okay.
I just finished Voices about a week and a half ago.
So tell me what you learned.
Wow, I'm not gonna lie, that Voices program was definitely different. I learned a lot about how the choices that we make affect more than just myself and the victim. I learned about financial instability, as well as mental stability, which I never really thought of like that at all for any crime that I've ever done, which is weird. But like, I did enjoy that program because it opened my eyes to a lot of things that I did never pay any mind or any attention to at any point. A lot of the times when I do stuff, it's just I'm out.
Okay, I'm going to stop you because we're getting far afield. What did you learn about the impact of your crimes on those you victimized?
I know that that's something that they have to live with for the rest of their lives. I know that some of them, I'm pretty sure that they had to go through therapy, which also goes into the financial states of things. I know that that affected their families as well as the community in itself.
How did you, what was the impact on the families?
What happened?
What was the impact on the families?
Distrust, anxiety, anger. Like, I mean, I could go on, as I know I affected them in a lot of different ways. I did not know that before, but I learned that now.
Especially because, you know, they're the ones there caring for the children.
Yes.
Who are suffering with the trauma, having nightmares and flashbacks, having trust issues because of what you did.
Yes.
Right. So, and then they're the ones paying for the therapy and.
Yes. That's what I was saying about the financial state. Yeah.
So, did I read that you blame your drug use on the crimes that you committed?
That's the thing. I never really blamed it. I always speak about it because that was a problem. My drug use definitely was a problem. But I don't.
So it was contributed to the crime.
Yes, it just contributed, but I don't blame it.
Okay. All right.
I
She said on drugs, anything may happen. So that's an indication to me that you got to get a handle on your addiction to these substances or more children are going to get victimized.
Yes.
Okay. And you haven't taken an addiction services program yet, right?
I've just done tier 2 and I've done some NAA courses, but nothing heavy. I didn't get a chance to do anything heavy. I was just more focused on mainly the track 1 and Voices.
Okay. Actually, I misspoke. You didn't do track 1. You did the short-term program, right?
I'm not for sure, 'cause I don't know what they're called, but
36 sections, part one. Okay. Did you do that in your last incarceration as well?
in my last incarceration, I started it, but I didn't finish it.
You know, since we're talking about impact on family and voices, you were dating the victim's mother under a false name. Why did you do that?
I didn't give her a false name. She had my social security card and birth certificate. I had a nickname that I was going by, but she knew who I was.
I thought that was part of you hiding. You got get the sex offender registry for the risk of injury.
Yes.
Now you're on it for lifetime.
Yes.
And you have a standing criminal protective order against you until 2045.
Yes.
Well, I would need Mr. Branch for you to complete an addiction services program before I can find you suitable, since
I just signed up for tier 2, but I'm just on the waiting list for the next group.
Okay, well, that's pretty good. You finished the track 1 program, excuse me, in June of 2023, and then in July of 2025, you got a DR for possession of sexual material. Why?
All right, so that ticket was weird. I write books, and there's something was said in the book that they took and went sideways with it, but it wasn't what it was supposed to be. It was weird. I didn't even get a chance to really fight for that part.
Pieces of sexually explicit material. And you told the PO that your wife sent you pictures of herself in see-through panties.
Yeah, that was at the beginning of my bid. That was in 2015 when I was in McDougal. When I got the pictures of my wife was from 2015. That was a long time ago.
So then 2025, they were a shakedown of your bunk, a photo of a couple engaging in sexual activity, hidden under your bed, several photos of what appeared to be underage girls in lingerie and suggestive poses.
Yes, when they investigated, those pictures weren't underage girls at all. That's what I'm saying. So because of my incarceration and what I'm in jail for, I tend to be targeted for a lot of things. So like I said, they read a part of my book and thought something else different from it.
Okay.
I had pictures. I definitely have pictures. I'm still a man.
Moving on to board members Suzaskas for questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So I'm just gonna go back to something that you just said. So is Jake Peterson, is that your nickname?
No, all right, so I got adopted and I didn't know until later on that they changed my last name. My name is Jake Branch, but when my aunt adopted me, they gave me her husband's last name. I didn't find that out until after I got incarcerated my first bid. When I went to get my ID, they wouldn't give it to me because my birth certificate said Jake Branch Peterson. So it's not an alias, it's just the name that I didn't even know I had. I've been going by only my last name for my whole life because that's all I knew. But I guess when my aunt adopted me, they gave me her husband's last name.
Okay.
So Peterson is part of my last name now.
Okay, my concern is that the victim's mother, this was the name that she thought was your name. That's what she thought.
Yeah, that's
And
different
so
from my ID.
she had no ability to like do a background check or to check and see, who you were before you moved in, because she had a name that was not affiliated with your criminal and sex offender registry name. And it put you in a position to have access to children, you know what I mean, by you using that name. It's just the whole sequence of that, my colleague touched on a little bit, but it's very concerning. And it appears to have been deliberate so that she wouldn't know that you're on the sex offender registry.
It wasn't deliberate at all. And
On
that's just
on
the-
her part, I believe that
No,
the
I
victim's
understand,
mother,
yes.
I think
Yeah, no,
the
I
victim's
understand
mother
that, though.
believes that's what you did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but no, yeah, it was, first of all, when I first met her, I went by just my name, Jake. She only found out about my last name because I gave her, like I said, I gave her she had all my information. So I gave her my ID, she had my social security card and birth certificate. And that's what it said on it. It's not like I told her, oh, this is who I am,
Yeah.
but that's just.
She didn't have the last name,
Uh,
she found out the last name Branch after the children were victimized. She did not know that before. It sounds like, according to what I read.
Yeah.
And had she have known that, she probably, because she appears to be, she knew how to check to see if you're on the sex offender registry. Maybe she would have checked it in advance. This could have been avoided if she had the right name, you know? Maybe, I don't know.
I mean,
Right,
that's true, but like I said, I wasn't utilizing an alias. That is just that was on my ID. That's the name that I was going by. When I did the name change, I'm not aware of whether or not they switched everything over, but that's the name that I go by because that's the name change they gave me. I went through a whole name change process.
It's important that going forward in your life, whatever happens, that you're honest with people on who you are and what's happened in the past, so they have the ability to make educated decisions on how they want to be involved in the situation. You understand? It's not fair for them to have you around their children and not understand what's going on, you know?
Yes. No, I understand completely.
You agree with that?
Yes, I'm not even making excuses. I'm just letting you know the situation. That's why the situation was like that. It was just the awkward situation with the whole ID and everything situation. I wasn't giving her a false name or anything like that. That's just the situation. That's how the situation came up.
Okay.
But I do understand that.
Okay, thank you very much for listening to what I had to say. That's all I have.
All right, so Mr. Branch, the questions are over and your part of the hearing is over, so you can listen now.
Yes.
We're gonna discuss your case and give you a decision. Board Member Turner.
So it's very concerning that Mr. Branch was on probation at the time he committed this sexual assault first for a similar offense involving another child. You know, pleased for him that he was able to take the Track 1 program, but the role that it appears drugs, perhaps even alcohol, played in lowering his inhibitions to do anything is extremely concerning. And the fact that he's accumulated disciplinary reports for this period of incarceration, I don't find him suitable. It's great that he has 10 years of special parole to follow this sentence, as well as 20 years probation. So he's going to have a lot of people, you know, keeping track of him and supporting him. And that's going to be a good thing in the interest of public safety.
Board Member Sosakis.
Yeah, I agree. I could not support this. I do not find him suitable today. Thank you.
I have nature and circumstance, inadequate institutional program participation, inadequate evidence of offender change, and current offense committed while on probation.
Yes.
I have no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. Problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, restriction on pornography, enhanced internet and device monitoring, and no contact with victims ZK and TC.
And the prior were TW and MW.
General stay away, TW and MW. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
So regarding Jake Branch 321602, I move to deny parole based upon the nature and circumstance of the current offense. Current offense committed while on probation, inadequate institutional program participation, and inadequate evidence of offender change. And to set his special parole conditions as no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment if necessary, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with minors without parole officer's permission, restriction on pornography, enhanced internet and device monitoring, no contact with victims ZK and TC, and a general stay away from TW and MW. Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor will signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Mr. Branch, we weren't able to give you parole, and we did set your special parole conditions. We wish you well.
Now conclude the hearing for Jake Branch, inmate number 321602. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, July 13, 2026, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information and preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Mike Cole.
Nancy Turner.
Robert Sadzowskis.
Also present is the board psychologist. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
My name is Mr. Isaiah Vlicki, 437-266.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Isaiah Vlicki, inmate number 437266. He is serving a total effective sentence of 12 years, suspended after 6 years, followed by 20 years of probation for sex assault 1. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of August 11, 2026. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the problem sexual behavior short track program, Voices, Tier 2, Restorative Justice Circle, Smart Recovery, and Anger Management. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Vlicki, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe to be granted parole. You may begin.
I just want to start by saying I take full responsibility and accountability for my actions. I know that the time that I got cannot take back the pain that I caused, not her, and not only her, but her family as well. But today I'm not 16 years old no more. You know, I learned from my mistakes. You know, I'm 22 years old. I did 5 years in prison. I have completed many programs, and I have also stayed busy inside of the correctional institutions by working. I had a detail job for a little while, and then I did a tierman job. I also attended many vocational classes so I could learn life skills and I get out of here. I completed graphic arts, culinary arts, auto tech, automotive, also barbering class I completed. So I also attended many programs as you announced. You know, I just want to get my life started. I attended NA meetings due to my addiction. I have told before my parole hearing with Parole Dunkley, told her how I suffered from addiction, and you know, I needed help when I was home, and I didn't know how to ask for help. And you know, when I get out, I want to continue the treatment with NA. Following up with a therapist, as well as my goal for when I get out too is to get a trade in plumbing, and also you know, I wanted to attend the connection program. They came here to see me. I don't know if, like I said, if you guys grant me parole, I would be willing to go to the connection facilities to get more treatment so, this never happens again, and get the proper treatment that I need, so I could succeed in the society as a 22-year-old, that has, life will never be the same for me, and I understand that, and I'm willing to, put in the work and, do whatever I have to do to make sure this never happens again, and I don't have to come back to a place like this.
Thank you, Mr. Vlicky. So what we're going to do is we read about your background, what you've done since you've been inside, the offense, the interview with a parole officer, and evaluations from various programs and things like that. We're going to ask some questions to get at your suitability for parole. When we're done, we're going to talk about your case and give you a decision, okay?
Sure.
So this offense did occur in 2020, 6 years ago, and you were 16 at the time.
Yes, sir.
But it was a very, it's a very difficult case to read, right?
Yes, sir.
Because at 16, we shouldn't be doing what you did, right?
Absolutely not.
So what do you think the victim went through in this or has gone through in this?
Emotional pain, emotional suffering, mental, definitely, and physical harm. Like I said, I can't take back what I did, but it happened, and I'm paying. I'm doing the time for it. I just, I wish I could take back what happened. I was young and I was under I was using drugs. That doesn't make any excuse, but I was, I was going through a lot, and my addiction hurt somebody, and now I'm paying the consequences for it. And like I said, I can't imagine what she's going through, and I hope one day I hope she can one day forgive me, and know that that wasn't my intentions. It wasn't my intentions at all.
Right. So have you ever had the opportunity to apologize for what you did?
No, sir.
And you took voices. If the victim were here right now, what would you say?
I would say I'm deeply sorry, and for my actions and for the pain that I caused you and the suffering that you would have to live with for the rest of your life. I can't imagine what you're going through, but from within, I'm truly sorry. I don't wish that upon anybody, and if I could take it back, I would.
What did you learn about yourself and your actions in the problem sexual behavior program inside?
I learned that drugs could alter your thought process, and using drugs and during sex is not healthy at all, because when you're under the influence, you're not aware of the stuff that you're doing, and that there's healthy ways of having sexual relationships and unhealthy ways, and one was using drugs, and the other one is being sober, having consensual, making sure you're using protection as well, and being open-minded to what you're doing in that process. Making sure that person's comfortable and okay with having those type of relationships. That's really what I learned, and that's really it.
And so along with that, you took tier 2.
Yes, sir.
You rated out as a 5. Marijuana, Xanax, perks, and Klonopin Where did you come to when it comes to substance use?
And can you repeat that again, sir? Sorry, you got it broke
So
up.
you're rated as a 5. There's no 6 when it comes to substance use.
Mhm.
So pot, Xanax, Perks, Klonopin in your history. What did you learn in tier 2? About substance use and what you were doing.
I learned that drugs aren't the answer to pain, and drugs never does anything beneficial for a person that has mental health issues. I learned that there's many different ways to cope with stress and depression, and that's by getting professional help and being okay with understanding that you have a problem and that it's okay to talk about it. And there's many people that are going through the same situation that you're going through, and that you're not alone in the process, and that there's different alternative to relieve the emotional and stressful suffering that you're going through. I learned that sometimes in life we're going to deal with things, and using drugs isn't the answer. Using drugs doesn't take away what has happened. It's just hiding behind what's really there. And today I learned to express how I feel and express what bothers me, and and being open-minded to new things. So that's really what I learned in tier 4, tier 2. I meant.
Do you see yourself as an addict?
For a long time, no, but today I can identify as an addict, yes, sir.
And also, while you've been inside, you've taken Smart Recovery.
Yes, sir.
Was that Smart Recovery at MYI, or was that Smart Recovery somewhere else?
That was in Carl Robinson. I was in this facility.
Okay, so talk to me about how your thought process after engaging in Smart Recovery.
I learned in Smart Recovery, we learned a lot about healing, letting go of the past, and knowing that, people make mistakes, and mistakes could be worked through. You could, just because you made a mistake doesn't define your character. Just because you use drugs doesn't mean that, that you're less than. It's just knowing that you need extra help, and you need to have an outlet, and you need to have resources to help you in times of those dark thoughts and those processes when you feel like you're gonna either relapse or go use, and having healthy outlets, and finding hobbies, and talking to others, and a situation of what you're going through.
Did you do anything with, most of the stuff that deals with Smart Recovery is cognitive, right?
Yes.
So did you explore options to different scenarios? Did they present to you, Smart Recovery meetings that I've been to, they present you with a situation and you talk about cognitively what it is that you can do instead of using?
Yeah, they taught us so if say if a friend comes around with drugs, and what do? Do you use them, or do you try to talk them out of it as well? I don't use no more, and how would you prevent from being around those type of people? And like I said before, I learned to say no. I learned to understand that drugs is an outlet for me. I learned that by being around, by letting my past become my enemy is why I use those drugs. And my thought process at the time wasn't good. So it's I don't know how to explain it. Sorry, I'm just so nervous right now. I'm just it's been 5 years, I'm just nervous.
So you know that there's Smart Recovery in the community.
Oh, no, I didn't know that, sir.
Yeah, most of it's online, but it's in the community. Along with you had said during I believe you said during your interview that you wanted to engage in therapy and Narcotics Anonymous.
Yes, sir.
Have you looked at that at all?
Yes, sir.
And do you know which are you more familiar with, Bridgeport or Waterbury? Because that's where you want to go in a halfway house, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm more familiar with the Bridgeport region, but I live in Norwalk, Connecticut.
Okay. And have you ever been? Well, probably not, right?
No, sir.
But you've not been to NA in the community, anything like that?
No, sir.
You know, the NA in the community pretty much looks like an NA meeting inside.
For the most part, that's what they tell us here. Yes.
Same kind of people, same age, stuff like that.
Yes, sir.
Probably find some people around there that are trying to do the right thing.
Absolutely.
Because the people that you were hanging with when you did this, that's.
Yeah,
do you have anything in common with them?
You said with the people I was hanging with when I was home or now?
Yeah, when you were doing this.
No, when I was home, no, I was like, we were all doing the same thing, doing the wrong things, you know, not having no integrity, not doing the right thing when anybody's looking, you know. You know, I wish that I had found that help when I was home, you know, but that's why when I came here and I attended the Tier 4 program, that's how I got in touch with NA and also AA, but mainly NA was a big hit for me because there's many people that had my struggles and has been through with some of the stuff that I've been through, and it made me feel that, you know, I'm not alone with an addiction, and that I can admit that I have an addiction, and, you know, that doesn't stop me from living.
And so I appreciate the discussion on that. One of the last things, just to bring it around. So the other thing that you had taken part in is restorative justice circles.
Yes.
What did that look like?
That was a program inside of MY. It was on there it says that, but it was called Black Mamba program, where Lieutenant named C. Sean. It was Kobe Bryant Foundation telling us about minorities and how, you know, in the community, you know, sometimes it's harder when you come from poverty, and that sometimes life is not, you know, set out for you to win, and that just because the color or the background you come from or anything, any type of race that you are, doesn't mean that you give up hope on yourself, because there's many people before us that has, you know, been successful and they've been to jail or they've been through hard times and became NBA players and football players, or even you know, business people. And so it just teaches you that when things are hard, you know, to be patient and, you know, have hope and trust in the process. That, you know, and it was really good. It was a really good program. But that's what we learned for the most part in that program.
And then when we said that you wanted to go to a halfway house, have you given any consideration to employment when you get in the community?
Excuse me, say that one more time.
So you said that you wanted to go to a halfway house, but have you given any consideration to employment and how you're going to do that? I mean, you did well with getting some basic skills in barbering, auto tech, automotive, culinary arts, graphic arts, but have you decided what you want to do when you get into the community?
Yes, sir. I know that I know that there's some that they have a trade. They have Port and Chester. You know, I know due to my fence, you know, things are going to be a lot harder. But I wanted to get a trade in plumbing. But I know someone that has a contract through Lowe's and Home Depot where they do overnight cleaning, and you know, they pay a decent amount of money. And he's willing to hire me once I get out. You know, so that's something that I've been looking forward to. And that's, you know, it's a big goal for to get my trade in plumbing. But that's the job for as when I get out would be with a buddy of mine that he's a good person, a good dude. He wanted me, he said he could help me get to get some type of work. So that's my main goal right now. If I got to do grant me parole today.
And have you ever heard of a reentry program?
Yes, sir.
So those reentry programs can help, especially it's like the last time, you know, you were 6 years ago when this happened,
Yes,
right?
sir.
So, you know, you need to take a look at things. You're gonna go out there as a 22-year-old, you know, it's time to start thinking about really like, what am I gonna do for, you know, to help set myself up for success. You know that either way, whether it's on parole or probation, that you're gonna have to engage in problem sexual behavior treatment, right?
Yes, sir.
So that's gonna take some time, and, you know, there's some restrictions that go with that, you know? So the important thing, I know that in your time in there, you've only had 2 disciplinary reports. You know, only 1 since you've been sentenced.
Yes.
You know, but you're gonna have to go by rules and stuff like that when it comes to parole and probation. And the other thing that, you know, I need to know for the record is that the state's attorney's office did send us a letter and letter of objection to your being paroled. So that's something that we also have to consider when we're looking at your case.
Yes, sir.
Right. I'm going to see whether other board members have questions in this case. Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, board member Sazakis.
Yeah, I don't have any other questions. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Board member Turner.
And thank you for pointing out that we got the letter of objection from the state's attorney. And I know that you asked Mr. Blicky about whether he had had an opportunity to apologize. And he did at sentencing, and he chose not to speak.
A lot of times that's attorneys and such, but I appreciate the understanding there. So we're going to talk about your case and we're going to give you a decision. Okay. And we'll just preface that by saying, you know, your parole date's in August and your end of sentence date is in March. So we're talking about a difference of 7 months, right?
Yes, sir.
So this is a teeter-totter of a case in terms of decision making. Mr. Blicky was 16 years old when this happened. And he has no other adult offenses that any convictions, any adult convictions. So he's not been on supervision in the community. He does have his high school diploma that he received while he's in DOC. He has had 2 disciplinary reports while he's been in. One in February of 23 for fighting and one in October of 24 for destruction of property. He has taken a great deal of programming. Certainly he has a 5 for substance use. He did take a tier 2 program. He took a smart recovery program. He also attended church, all part of solutions dealing with substance use. He has taken anger management and voices, as well as restorative justice circles, smart problem sexual behavior, short track, and had vocational programs in 5 different areas. He needs to come out to supportive housing, halfway house, wants to engage in therapy and Narcotics Anonymous when he comes out. You know, does have lines on jobs when he gets back into the community. Where I am on this, in the discussion that I've had today with Mr. Blicky, I would support giving him the 7 months in the community to get a start on halfway house. Supervision is going to be strict and certainly be involved with the connection right away in getting to the treatment that he's going to need to do in the community. That's really going to matter in this case. So just check with other board members, Zadowskis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So certainly, I don't think this decision lightly. The facts and circumstances of this nature and circumstances of this offense were not easy to read, like you mentioned. A difficult case. Looking at what Mr. Blicky has done, like you outlined, while he's been incarcerated, and his statements today, taking responsibility. He wished he could take it back. And he's truly sorry. He sounded sincere to me. And, I agree that the 7 months could be best served under strict parole supervision, a halfway house, before it goes out to his 20 years of probation. So I'm in favor of granting his parole today.
Board Member Turner?
I'm a deny, not just because the state's attorney's opposition, but things like his definition of consent is a connection with the person. When he clearly didn't have that in this situation, not the first time that he forced intercourse on the victim, but also the second in which, the force involved pulling her hair and knocking her head. There was manipulation in terms of, the use of marijuana and alcohol at the time, and the pressure that was put on the victim. So for nature and circumstances, I have him denied.
I have halfway house, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with MS, and a general stay away from modest void.
General no contact, yeah.
General no contact.
And a mental health evaluation and treatment since, he,
Yep. You wanted therapy, so that makes sense.
Yeah. Did you say no alcohol? Did you say no?
I didn't say no alcohol. No alcohol.
Yeah, I mean, there was alcohol involved in this.
So no alcohol, halfway house, mental health evaluation treatment is being necessary, problem sexual behavior treatment, victim MS, general no contact with modest void. That's good now? Okay, so regarding Isaiah Blicky, 437266, move to grant parole on or after it's August 11, 2026, with the following stipulations in addition to standard parole conditions: no alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, problem sexual behavior treatment, no contact with victim, MS, and no contact with co-defendant, or general no contact with modest void. Is there a second?
Okay.
Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No, and based upon that vote, Mr. Vlecki, you've been voted to parole and your conditions we explained to you prior to your release. Please make use of everything out there, including your parole officer, that can help you make sure that you get this right. Okay?
Thank you so much.
This now concludes the hearing for Isaiah Blicky, inmate number 437266. You're all set, sir.
Have a good day.
You too.
Could you quickly do the Mr. Alexander?
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, July 13, 2026. This is a case review for Stanley Alexander, inmate number 269644 at the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have completed all statutorily required documents and the removal pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Michael.
Nancy Turner.
Robert Zadowskis.
Also present is the board psychologist. Mr. Alexander is serving a total effective sentence of 3 years to serve, followed by 2 years special parole for assault second, violation of probation with the underlying charge of operation of a motor vehicle under the influence second offense. Mr. Alexander has waived his discretionary parole, and this is being conducted to set the special parole stipulations At this time, the panel will now deliberate and set special rules and conditions.
Regarding Stanley Alexander, 269644, I move to set the following special parole conditions in addition to standard parole conditions. No alcohol consumption, halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. No operation of a motor vehicle without parole officer's permission. Behavior management for anger management. No contact with victim JB, and a general stay away from Price Rate, 590 Windsor Avenue. Is there a second? Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the special parole stipulations have been set.
This concludes the case review set special rules and conditions for Stanley Alexander 269644. This now concludes the court part of the program for Paul Robinson. The time is now 3:03.